Good morning. Good morning. Ninjani. Namdiapila Engosi. Welcome to the Inaugural Annual Youth Development Conference hosted by the Division of Student Affairs in the Central University of Technology. My name is Dr. Pedro Mzileni, and I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology at the University of Zululand. It's always nice to introduce this university where I'm from, because I don't have to explain where it is. And I've been given the privilege to be your program director today, which is day one of this two-day conference. The conference is themed Cultivating Youth Agency in a Complex Societal Setting, Transcending the Africa that is Desirable. The continent shall never be the same again. That is a theme that will be guiding us over the next 2 days. Now, as you've heard at the beginning when I introduced myself, I said I'm a senior lecturer, and I'm a program director on a youth program hosted in a prestigious public university in South Africa. So I'm not an MC. I'm not an MC, so if you are expecting a vibrant, jubilant setting from me, ooh, shame. You're going to be very disappointed. I'm just here to guide the program towards its logical conclusion and make it as intellectually stimulating as possible. Now, obviously, this is the inaugural, meaning it's the first one. It's the first experiment that the Central University of Technology is making towards this direction. The essence of this conference is to revisit the developmental prospects and challenges facing our society, using knowledge as the basis to make that assessment. Because if your models of development in society are not uplifting your target market, then the first place you need to visit is the knowledge that informed those models of development that you are using. Because everything you do in society, in life, and in institution, it's actually a product of a particular paradigm of thinking. So nothing happens without being informed by knowledge. If you are a student leader and you are leading your students in the wrong direction, you need to revisit the things that leader is actually reading as a form of knowledge. Then you'll get the answer that maybe the reason why we're going in the wrong direction, it is because the thought process and the paradigm of knowledge of this leader is itself misplaced. So hosting a youth conference, therefore, in a university like the Central University of Technology is the most intelligent and important and groundbreaking decision to make, because CUT positions itself as a thought leader through innovation and technology that is embedded in the relations and cultures of people. A humanizing, technological, and an innovatively driven path of development led by excellence and knowledge. In essence, the university being the core of our trajectory of development as the youth and also broadly as a society, which is a very unique concept that CUT is anchored on as a foundation. So this conference therefore seeks to advance that work and take it even further to greater heights. But those thoughts and submissions and inputs are not my job. There are people in the conference who will advance those perspectives with us, and then we'll have an engagement with them. From me, all I want to promise each one of you is that the Central University of Technology and this conference and this platform is a liberated zone. It's a liberated zone for you to call things by their names, to think as yourself, and to allow different ideas and different schools of thought to contest and contend. There is no development or any growth of any society without a clash of ideas. And that is what we are here today. And that is what we are here to do today. So, we have a variety of distinguished guests in our presence. I want to acknowledge the Vice-Chancellor of our university, Professor Pamela Dube. Welcome, Professor. Thank you for joining us. When your event or your conference is graced by a Vice-Chancellor, you must know that it is a prestigious conference. A Vice-Chancellor is Professor number 1 in a university, the chairperson of Senate, a leader of the academic and the epistemic project of the institution. So, thank you, Vice-Chancellor, for gracing us with your presence. We also have the Dean of Students, Dr. Bernard Sebake, I believe the overall coordinator of this project. And I want all of us to give a round of applause both to the Vice-Chancellor and the Dean of Students for packaging this project and setting it off this year today. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. And definitely, we are positive that we will see this project grow from strength to strength after each and every year. So long as you remain consistent and grounded in your convictions, the project will take off into greater heights and become what you want it to become over the years. So welcome, Dean of Students, Dr. Bernard Sebake, and thank you for hosting us this morning. We also have the Executive Director in the Vice-Chancellor's office, Dr. Choice Maketa, and also I want to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker today, Prince Mashele. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's nice to see people you usually see on TV, you know, gracing your event. So let's give Prince Mashele a round of applause for joining us this morning. Thank you, my brother. Now, the program is in front of you on the chair. A very interesting set of speakers lined up for day 1, all the way up to 3:30. And I will introduce each as they come during their slot. But in the meantime, let's do it this way, because I really want to be program director. In other words, I want to be as minimum as possible on the podium, because the event is not about me. It's about the people that are written there in the program to come and speak with you. So, as you can see in the program, from 9 o'clock all the way up to 11 o'clock, we are going to have 4 running segments together. The 4th one, I want you to take your pencil or your pen and fill it in, because Unfortunately, it has been omitted by error on the program. After the keynote address by Mr. Prince Mashele, especially after question and discussions by all delegates, there's a section there I want you to put in called Message of Support. The message of support will be delivered by Osman Toure. It will be streamed virtually on the big screen. Osman Toure is the advocate of Afrocentric development. He originates from Gambia, but unfortunately could not be able to join us in Bloemfontein for this conference. So that is the only amendment that is going to be effected for day one. Now, with that said, let's now roll out and kick off the program officially. We are going to have the opening address, an official opening from the Vice-Chancellor, and then followed by the Dean of Students, who will give us the purpose of the conference. And then thereafter, we'll have an item from our CUT choir. Choir, Molweni Betun. You look beautiful this morning. Let's give our choir a round of applause. Nicula kamandi. I heard you during the graduation ceremony. You were lovely, you were excellent. I can't wait to hear you this morning. So welcome and thank you for joining us this morning. After the item of the choir, we'll then have the keynote address from our guest speaker, Mr. Prince Mashele. Now, to coordinate this thing so that it runs smoothly and a bit quicker, given that we are slightly behind schedule by an hour. But I promise you, under my leadership, we'll catch up with time. No doubt about that. With due respect, because these are big people I'm going to ask to stand up. I'm just a minor fellow, you know. With due respect, can I please call the Vice-Chancellor to please come take a seat, Professor Pamela Dube. Can I please call Dr. Bernard Sebake, the Dean of Students, to also please come take a seat. And then the guest speaker, Mr. Prince Mashele, sir, can I also please kindly call you forward to come please take a seat. You can sit anywhere. All right, our three distinguished guests to open our program this morning. Let's give them a round of applause one more time. Thank you for joining us. Vice-Chancellor, Professor Pamela Dube, I don't usually do this, trust me. A senior lecturer from a Vice-Chancellor, those two people are very far from each other in terms of the university protocol, you know. So please pardon me as I now tasked with inviting you to the podium. These things are usually done by, you know, people who sit at Senate or people who are deputy vice-chancellors or the deans. Or you will do the, oh yes, lovely. Ooh, I'm relieved. Thank you so much. All right, I would like to call the Executive Director in the Vice-Chancellor's Office, Dr. Joyce Maketa, to come and introduce the Vice-Chancellor.
It's a pleasure. Good morning and welcome to everyone, our guests, our students, colleagues. We are very excited to be at this two-day summit. I would like to introduce our Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Professor Pamela Dube. Professor Dube is a distinguished academic leader and the first female Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the Central University of Technology, as well as the first female Vice-Chancellor in the Free State Province. With a career spanning both national and international academic institutions, she previously served as the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Student Development and Support at the University of the Western Cape, focusing on student success and well-being. Her versatile career includes roles as lecturer and researcher at the University of Siegen in Germany, at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and at the University of Kathmandu, university in Nepal. She has held senior and executive administrative and professional management positions at entities and institutions such as the National Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa, the former National Department of Education, and has served as the Dean of Student Affairs at WITS, as the Executive Director for Human Resources, as well as Special Advisor to the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. Professor Dube earned her PhD in Interdisciplinary Studies in Humanities from the University of Siegen in Germany, specializing in postdoctoral literature, gender studies, and media studies. Her PhD was published as a book in 1997, and she has contributed to numerous peer-reviewed international publications, including serving as a reviewer for the California University Press publication Resonance, the Journal of Sound and Culture, as well as for the Journal of Student Affairs in Africa. She also holds a high-level professional management qualification from UCT Business School, Bryn Mawr in Pennsylvania, and Oxford University Said Business School. An active member of boards in diverse structures of higher education, she has co-chaired the Association of Commonwealth Universities Higher Education and the SDGs Network Steering Committee, served among others as the board member of the Rural Education Access Program, REAP, and currently sits on the board of the Claude Lyon Foundation and the University Sports Company, advancing intervarsity sports. Professor Dube has pioneered partnerships with academic, government, and industry leaders both locally and internationally, and has initiated projects aimed at bridging the gaps in the technology-human interface space, promotion of student employability, and readiness for the future world of work, as well as advancing data-driven academics support initiatives for student success and gender equity dialogues addressing GBV and masculinity. She's a recognized honorary member of the Golden Key Society, mentorship to students, and has been awarded the 2024 #BlackTechFutures Research Center, Stillman College, USA. Gold medal for her promotion of human-centered artificial intelligence and technology developments, as well as the 2023 Presidency Lifetime Award by SASAP, which is the South African Association of Senior Student Affairs Practitioners, for her substantial contribution to higher education and to student support and services. And she is excited to be here to share this moment. Prof. Dube, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mageta, for that warm introduction. And thank you so much also our program director for the day, the senior lecturer, Dr. Ezra, thank you so much for being here. I know protocol has been observed, but I will mention and welcome a few people as well. But let me just start off by greeting all of you as our distinguished guests. And on behalf of the Central University of Technology, Free State, I do wish to warmly welcome you to this inaugural annual Youth Development Conference. We welcome all the delegates from different universities and institutions, the presenters who will lead discussions on various topics at this conference, and we look forward to your presentations, which I know cut across various sub-themes in relation to youth development and challenging youth and empowering also youth for the kind of Africa that we want. We truly appreciate all your participation, and in particular, we do wish to welcome Mr. Prince Mashele, who has honored our invitation to deliver a keynote address, and our facilitators for this day one, Dr. Pedro Mzileni, Dr. Xolani Khotliso, and we look forward to the keynote address and the ensuing debates and deliberations of today. Program Director, today makes a significant moment in the history of the Central University of Technology, Free State, as we host the inaugural Student Development Conference on our campus. That's going to be an annual event, as you noted. This conference represents the culmination of collective efforts that began early in the last term. Dr. Joyce Maheta, the Executive Director in the Office of the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Bernard Sebake, and his team, with the support of the student leadership, have played an important role in ensuring the successful execution of this conference from the very beginning. And I would like to thank all of you for your enthusiasm and dedication to the preparations that have contributed to the success of this inaugural conference. We look forward to many more initiatives of cooperation in the sector and across the sector that will yield positive outcomes for our support staff, our academic staff, and students. I acknowledge the members of our executive management team that could be present here with us this morning, and also recognize our strategic partners who have made it to this inaugural youth conference, as well as the Student Representative Council members from CUT, the University of the Free State, Moteo TVET College, and Solplaki University. Please give them a round of applause for leading by example and being here present today. The practitioners of youth development and the students, youth organizations, and activists present here are very vital to this discussion on youth development milestones in Africa. Esteemed guests, catalyzing a developmental state requires intentional strategies to foster intergenerational human development, highlighting the role of youth in transforming social conditions across the continent. Universities are key drivers of human mobility, which must lead to tangible transformation. The Central University of Technology, Free State, aims to position itself as one of the leading institutions in technology in Africa. So this conference responds to the rapid shifts in global markets, challenging and empowering the continent to drive its own developmental agenda. This youth conference coincides with the preparatory festival of activities leading up to the African and European Unions gathering on the 22nd and 23rd of November 2025 in Johannesburg. The G20 summit will also provide a platform to assess multinational efforts and geopolitical relations. a renewed African economy must focus on production rather than remaining dependent on consumption, which has historically dictated the continent's socio-economic landscape. Africa's contribution to global trade is approximately 2.7%, while the continent imports a diverse range of goods. This imbalance stifles Africa's potential to play a significant role in global production, highlighting the urgent need for skilling and reskilling youth to enable them to reshape the economy. Delegates, one of the strategic aims of this conference is to enhance youth employability. The 2.7% export figures pose a significant threat on job opportunities for young people. In 2024, an estimated 11.2% of African youth aged between 15 and 24 were expected to be unemployed. And in South Africa, over 60% of the population is under 35 years old, indicating that youth are central to growth and change. In Lesotho, the youth unemployment rate for 2024 was projected at 24.2%, while Botswana's rate is at 43.86%. In contrast, youth unemployment in China and India is significantly lower at 15.23% and 16% respectively. These statistics illustrate the disparity in youth employability between developing and developed nations. CUT, through its Vision 2030, aims to be a hub for emerging entrepreneurs, fostering a mindset that encourages job creation and economic revitalization. To address these catastrophic socio-economic challenges, support for enterprise development is essential for the continent's prosperity. Industrialization strategies must not undermine rural and township economies, which are crucial for resources circulation to boost the most vulnerable economies of the world. The historical spatial framework has hindered sustainable economic growth in these areas. The philosophy of self-organization and self-reliance, as advocated by Kwame Nkrumah, remains relevant today. We promote learning and teaching methodologies that empower our students to tackle societal challenges, fostering innovation and African solutions. Our academic programs have embedded entrepreneurship and innovation. And this undertaking remains a radical approach with the potential to develop innovative and entrepreneurial-oriented students. Year after year, we have seen how our CUT enactor students, for instance, have proudly represented South Africa at the Enactors World events, showcasing the creative spirit of our students on a global scale. They represent the entrepreneurial drive and spirit of CUT students, who are the backbone of many innovations and entrepreneurial actions synonymous with CUT's vision. And I could count a number of them. I know a number of students also across different institutions are involved in the EDHE programs, the SWEEP programs, all designed to inculcate an entrepreneurial mind so that we, at the end, have students who are not just seekers of employment, but also providers of employment and are innovative in their thinking and able to also exercise their entrepreneurial skills. This approach by the university is helping our students develop the mindset of an entrepreneur, who can start and grow their own companies, creating job opportunities for others. So this conference embodies this vision of CUT's Vision 2030, where youth represent the future of the continent, integrating learning, teaching, research, and innovation is vital for developing practical solutions to the complexities faced by our African continent. The trajectory of African development aligns with the Pan-African Agenda 2063, and we must consider the implications for youth and our contributions as we reflect on the past, present, and future. This macro policy framework envisions a liberated Africa by 2063, yet the persistent challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality demand urgent actions. South Africa's rich diversity and potential can only be realized through a focused developmental state. Such a state actively plans, invests, and collaborates with its citizens to build a better future. Addressing crime and establishing sustainable systems is crucial for fostering a prosperous society. The National Development Plan 2030 emphasizes the need to cultivate skills that shape the market economy. CUT is positioned to leverage the NDP's imperatives. The Youth Development Policy of 2020 to 2030 in South Africa and the National Youth Policy 2020 to 2030 in Namibia and many national youth policies for African states provide frameworks for nurturing resilient youth who can drive social change. Program Director, every nation that neglects its youth forfeits the opportunity for progress. Ngugi wa Thiong'o reminds us that decolonizing minds requires breaking free from existing orthodoxies. And this conference serves as a platform for youth to envision their roles in society and advocate for the continent's liberation. To the inaugural youth conference participants, I say we possess the energy and creativity to shape the future, and you've got a wealth of expertise in this room from the facilitators and the speakers that will be addressing and engaging with you. This is not just about talking to you, but engaging also with you. There should be that interactive engagement that you also feel as part of this conference, that you can engage and have your ideas also appreciated. So there's so much to learn, but there's also so much to exchange from the context of where you are. So this conference serves as a platform for you to envision your role and to carve your space within the learnings that will be coming from this conference. The question remains, are we equipped with the necessary tools? And there's an opportunity in the next 2 days to reassess where you are, and if you feel the tools that you have accumulated so far and stand to still accumulate would put you in good stead for the challenging world of work that keeps changing almost every other day. This conference is a critical forum for exchanging ideas, ensuring that as we conclude our discussions, Africa emerges transformed with renewed hope. There is so much happening in the AI and the fourth revolution, industrial revolution space, and I'm glad to see there's going to be quite a lot of discussions on that. And you know I'm quite a proponent for human-centered technological advancements and AI. And I'm hoping that you're going to be also big contributors to that debate, because the kind of Africa we want to build, you need to be in the lead in terms of where all of these AI developments are going, and that they stay human-centered, and that they are driven by you and not you create the space for somebody else to be driving them. Outside of the continent or within the continent, but not necessarily embedded in your realities as Black communities in particular, and as South African communities that have come out of the kind of history we've had in terms of apartheid. So as I close, I want to take this moment to acknowledge the colleagues in Student Affairs again under the leadership of Dr. Sebake and Dr. Choice and the team, the SRC. Thank you so much for your exceptional efforts in facilitating the hosting of this conference. I do notice I'm in none of the panel discussions because people know I would kind of end up dominating the whole space because I'm quite passionate about what's going to be discussed. I could sit in every panel, but unfortunately, duty calls, I need to be in and out, and so I cannot sit through and so contribute as much as I would have loved to contribute to this conference. But it remains for me to now officially open this conference and welcome you all. Please do deliberate with vigor and passion to ensure that our discussions benefit the youth, not just of CUT, but of the whole country and the broader African continent. Aluta continua, I thank you. Ki lebohile.
Thank you very much, Professor Pamela Dube, the Vice-Chancellor, for a beautifully delivered input indeed. Let's give her a round of applause once again, please. I want to acknowledge the student leadership from Sol Plaatje University and also from the University of the Free State. Molweni Maqabane. Let's give them a round of applause. The other announcement I want to make on the program is that you see on day one, that tea break from 11 to 11:30, it has now been removed. It's deleted. We are going to blue tick the tea break. So we'll go straight to lunch at 1 o'clock. I told you we're going to catch up with time creatively. All right. Now let's move on quickly to the Dean of Students, Dr. Bernard Sebake. Please come forward, sir, and give us the purpose of this specific conference. Dr. Sebake.
I was very, frustrated as I was sitting down there. Because when you go and talk to people, you prepare. But then I was conflicted whether I must go through a speech or I must just come and speak on my own. Because the reason why we are here it might not be on the speech, but it might be in my heart. You'll agree with me, Program Director, that I literally engage a number of students, particularly student leaders across our campuses. But there's one issue that did come constantly, which is, they say to me, Dean, there's no activism in our institution. And there are no platforms. And then I said to myself, by the way, these young people that we are molding here at the university must be part of the ecosystem to transform the entire continent. And now, if you deal with the question of activism, do you look at it in the context of the hectare size of the institution? Or do you look at it in the context of the broader development in society? Now, I realized that when I was still in a student movement, when we were dealing with the issue of the class question, Prince, you are aware, we failed to define, I see Twala is aware as well. I'm not sure your generation, whether they managed to define the students in the context of class. But during our time, Prince is aware, he was a little bit in front of me, but even during my time, we still failed to define that. But I think this conference then must be able to shape that activism that is disruptive progressively towards changing, the material conditions of ordinary citizens in society. And to do that, you ought to then deal with building social consciousness of the students as the future generation in waiting. The Prince, what you call the stratum in waiting. But Program Director, thanks very much. Let me extend my gratitude to you and the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Pamela Dube, Mafukuzela, Zwakele, and the collective of the executive management that is here. Dr. Maketa is here. We will be joined by other executive members as we move along. But let me also acknowledge as well our speakers who are here with us in this inaugural conference. Let me also acknowledge our facilitators, the leadership of students from Motheo TVET College, University of the Free State, Solblaki, of course the host institution, Central University of Technology, Free State. Let me also indicate that as part of reimagining this conference, because at the center we position Africa as an important landmark to really remove itself out of the bondage of the past regimes and really do what the VC has quoted in her speech, self-reliant and self-organization. We had invited some of the institutions from the corridor of SADC, starting from the National University of Lesotho, University of Botswana, up to the Namibian University of Science and Technology. But given various arrangements on their part, they are not here. But that is broadly, which we think that at the center, CUT must be that hub of convergence for young people. As a posture that we understand that as the university, we want to become the future leader of universities of technology in SADC. Program Director, the role of university is to deliver pragmatic initiative that builds human capital in realizing the objective of developing nation. That is why the National Plan on Higher Education posits that universities must be able to respond to the regional needs of the community where they are geographically located. This does not dispute the fact that universities must offer education that remains an epitome of nation building. In other words, the interconnectedness between universities and society is essentially to provide exposure to youth and students in particular, through which social change it's essential for the journey of agenda for development. On the other hand, universities are a hub of convergence, I concede, where scientific knowledge, innovation, and liberation of sociological imbalances of society must be through and through addressed by intergeneration of youth. The earlier carries the helixes that theorize our educational interventions and its interconnectedness with the journey for transforming African continent to realize its sovereignty to its totality. Of course, I concede, Vice-Chancellor, that this conference is a catalytic initiative that assists in the quest to gravitate CUT Vision 2030, contributes to the National Youth Policy, National Development Plan 2030, and ultimately contribute to the broader macro framework of Pan-African Agenda 2063. And of course, in this context, this conference, as I concede, it is an important gathering of young people that ignite their stewardship as they gravitate to play a positive and important role as we continue to transform African continent. Of course, the conference serves as a space for battle of ideas. Of course, when we talk about battle of ideas, I need to explain that it is not about how loud perhaps one could shout. It's a discourse. Therefore, mechanically, what matters is those osmosis of ideas that produce a way forward. Those who follow Karl Marx will agree with me on the question of contestation. It doesn't mean you are wrong, you might be right, but you've got the responsibility to bring ideas that are of a cutting edge, that gravitate all of us to the political economy. And I'm saying this because as we are here, one of the, in simplicity, we are not going to focus on how CUT serves students. We are going to focus on what is it that as young people, you'll gravitate the spaces of active sectors of the economy, what is required from your community in terms of leveraging your stewardship towards development, and therefore mobilize yourself to be that catalyst of social change for your own society. I wish to indicate that as we are nurturing this democracy, young as it is important to focus on the issues of youth social consciousness as we begin to build a thriving, maturing democracy for Africa, as we prepare to integrate and to take the reins of developing the continent. The Vice-Chancellor in a speech asked a very pertinent question. Are we ready? And I concede that this conference must then be a hub of convergence to prepare you for the world out there, in order to ensure that you become the reimaginers of the economy out there and seek pathways to liberate that. That's what we call social change that we are calling upon. Therefore, it is critical that the pillars of this youth conference is youth development, youth employability, and youth enterprise, as champions that require education and leadership, research, scientific and innovation in order to drive how they inculcate our life for social change. Of course, this conference must be an effort through which as the continent, we have progressed and how policy environment can be utilized to influence and reaffirm a new trajectory for enabling youth opportunities. In addition, this platform must be utilized to problematize the question of employment, in that the response towards the issue of employment require youth involvement to reimagine and reaffirm their knowledge system in infiltrating the economy, particularly for rural and township economy that requires much of our effort. Program Director, I am attuned to the concept of globalization, but to a particular degree. However, the reality will tell us that African continent have forever been below the value chain of massive production belt. For instance, the mineral energy complex beneath the soil that South Africa has is subjected to enrich international business on the global scale. But Africans are just participants on a manual labor that is also threatened by the Industrial Revolution to downsize industries. This is a reality of the life we are living in, and therefore, problematizing the concept of globalization is that this conference must make it a STEM consciousness that Africa must prosper and indeed must no longer be the same. And indeed, in addition, we say it's not only Africa that must no longer be the same, it's CUT must no longer be the same. I'm saying this, Program Director, because the institution is navigating on its institutional renewal. And institutional renewal must then be able to be this conference must be a litmus test to gravitate our students to a new space where we are able to position ourselves to the machinery of reimagining the challenges that are facing youth and what is it that we can do in ensuring that we liberate those challenges. As a result, Program Director, this conference was reimagined to be named after an icon that I'm not going to reveal today. The process of consultation is still on. When we meet again next year, perhaps such a name could have been launched. This is because we are launching this conference as a flagship. All the programs that we are going to do will ascend from this conference, moving down to what we are offering as student affairs, because at this epoch, it gives us that opportunity to do something that is tangible, that benefit our students. What are we going to do? The fundamental question is, what are we going to do after this conference? I concede that this conference is not a tick box. There are many programs that will mobilize and mobilize also stakeholders that we have seen outside. Some they are also internally, to address issues of youth development, to address issues of youth employability, to address issues of youth enterprise. That's going to be our DNA, because we believe they are also going to address the student economy. They are going to address the sociological nature of ensuring that there is sustenance at home where you come from, and then you become part of that active citizen that are able to liberate the community where you come from. It is our view that this conference will be a catalyzer to a new growth path of really igniting our intellectual emphasis as youth and particularly as student of CUT, we then become a new generation of intellectuals that can move the institution forward, move South Africa forward, move the entire continent as we gravitate to the Pan-African Agenda 2063. Thank you very much, Program Director. Ke lebohile.
Thank you very much, Dean of Students, Dr. Bernard Sebake, for a well-delivered input. Let's give him one more round of applause. I've learned a new term after you spoke, osmosis. I'm now adding to my vocabulary. So thank you very much for that input. I think it's fitting indeed to have this conference, Vice-Chancellor, at the Central University of Technology. I think you've heard from the two inputs. This is not your traditional university. And traditional universities have all kinds of limitations embedded within them. But CUT provides the flexibility to create connections with industry, with communities, and it attracts a population of working class students around Free State and beyond who will come in and be trained, not for tests and exams. Of course, tests and exams are important, but fundamentally as a student, you are being trained and prepared to go out into the world and change society for the better. That is the purpose of the education model that Central University seeks to offer. So thank you so much for both inputs. They've given me personally a broader and a clear picture of the agenda behind this conference and CUT as a whole. Choir, please take over. Beautiful, thank you so much. Let's give our choir a round of applause once again. I told you they're a brilliant choir. Told you. Now, moving on with the program, I'm now going to invite our guest speaker, or Prince Mashele, but before he comes through, he has a profile here that I need to go through. So Prince Mashele is a well-known South African political scientist and author. In addition to being one of the country's leading commentators, he is also a sought-after political consultant who has done work for several local and international companies. He previously served as a political analyst for Nedbank Capital, and Mashele has taught political science at the University of Pretoria and was once a speechwriter in the presidency under former President Thabo Mbeki. Mashele has co-authored the best-selling book, The Fall of the ANC, What Next? He has also written The Outsider, the biography of Herman Mashaba and the death of our society. Now, we are adding a third intellectual now on the microphone. I hope everyone in this conference, you have notebooks and a pen or a pencil with you and you are taking notes. Because after this keynote, we're going to have a message of support and then we'll move straight to a panel discussion with you as the audience. Without wasting any time, Prince Mashele, please come forward and give us your keynote address.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm serious, I'm greeting. Good morning. Are you well? Did you sleep well? Yeah, we are human beings. We must greet sincerely. We're not acting, it's real. Professor Dube threw me off balance. As we're coming to the stage, I followed her and I thought that is a natural chair. I mean, it's so elevated. And she just passed and I found myself in that high chair. I'm not used to this important chair because I'm just an ordinary villager. I was born in a village called Agincourt somewhere in Mpumalanga. You can't find it on the South African map. But the South African village is just one of those that actually have no significance. So I'm still trying to regain strength, Prof. That is very intimidating. Thanks, Vice-Chancellor, and thanks, Dr. Sebake. And thanks, Dr. Mzileni. All protocol observed. Let me see by show of hands, how many of you here are students? If you're a student, just raise your hand. Excellent, excellent. I'm going to talk to you. So anyone else who's here who's not a student, just close your ears. It's not meant for you. It's meant, I want to talk to students. They say this is a keynote address. I'm going to do it like I was once a lecturer. I'm going to do it like a lecturer talking to the students he loves. And I want an engagement. Let's relax. Just take out your notepads. Take out your notepads, you will see. There will be recommendations and stuff as we go along. And I can assure you, I don't have a speech. I used to be a speech writer, so I don't have a speech. I just want to talk to you. Dr. Mzileni has freed me. He said this is the liberated zone. I hope you won't regret. He said this is a liberated zone. We call things by their name. Yeah. So that's exactly what we're going to do. It's a bit cold, but it's going to get very warm very soon.
I'm an academic, but I'm just going to forget about academic language and just go straight to the point. The theme of the conference is Cultivating Youth Agency in a complex social setting, stroke environment. So I'm going to stick to that theme and structure my remarks around that theme. The first thing I'm going to do is so there are two concepts here, complex social environment. The second one is youth agent. So I'm going to start with the environment because these youth are not dangling in the sky. They are in an environment. So I'll start with this environment. When we talk about, and I'm going to focus mainly on South Africa. During question and answer and discussion, if you want us to go to the world and Africa, we can go there. The fortunate thing is that I've read lots of stuff about the world and I've traveled the whole world and I know the Africa I'm talking about and everything. So we can go there. But I want us to focus on South Africa. The first thing I would like us to talk about, it's South Africa over the past 150 years. And I want to summarize it. I'm going to simplify it. It's not going to be some boring history lecture. No, just the core of it. And I'm starting somewhere around 1870. And there's a reason why I'm starting there, all the way to where we are. So if you take from 1870 to where we are, you get plus minus 150 years. Why do I start there? It's because that's when modern South Africa, seriously, the project of constructing modern South Africa seriously began to take shape. South Africa as a politico-economic project began around that time. So diamonds are discovered in 1867, not very far from where we are, in Kimberley. Then we now pull all manner of human beings from all over the world to come here. And then the power of the time in the world, the English, have a bigger interest in this part of the world. Before then, they were focused on the Cape of Good Hope, mainly because they wanted to counter the French. Because the whole interest was about the Europeans passing through what we now call Cape Town, going to the East, India in particular. And there were Napoleonic wars at the time when they came here, and I'm talking about, that was in the late 18th century. So the whole point when the English first came here was just that called refreshment station. But then they begin to have a bigger interest and say, my goodness, this thing called, and it was not even South Africa at the time, by the way. South Africa officially was formed in 1910. It's very young, this thing. There were four. It was Natal, the Cape Colony, the Orange Free State, and the Transvaal. Now, the English now realize there is wealth in this thing. We must move in there, take it over. We must kick whoever stands in front of us. But here's the thing. Even before the 1870s, the English had already exported, and I'm going to be very brutal, they are scum of the earth to us. In 1820, there were adverts in England that the poor, whites, who are interested, we are going to ship you off and go dump you somewhere. They were dumped here, 1820 settlers. They were very poor. Now, then the English take over. When they take over, here's the summary of the story. They did a few things. One, they created modern mining. This thing of having a mine and machinery, and people mine diamonds, eventually mining gold in the Witwatersrand. What did they do with this mining thing? They employed their own people. If you are black, You can go underground, but you can't be in management. You can't own this mine. If you're Afrikaner, same story. That was the same thing. You cannot be part of the owners. Number one, so they created mines. They absorbed. There was no employment among the English. Unemployment. Two, they built schools, proper public schools, to educate their children, to make sure that their children move from the peasants to the status of middle class and rich. And they created all manner of social amenities. When the English project was done, there was no longer poverty among them. Full stop, I'm done with the English. Then I'm coming to a second group. This is where I'm going. South Africa, since that time, has been governed by three governments: the English, the Afrikaners, and the blacks. Then the Afrikaners take over. By the way, most people think that the Afrikaners took over in 1948. It's nonsense. The Afrikaners did not take over South Africa in 1948. The Afrikaners had been running South Africa since 1910. If you go and look at the history of South Africa, you will find there was never a prime minister of South Africa since 1910, all the way to 1948, who was not African. It was Botha, followed by Smarts, followed by Herzog, can mention all of them, all the way to Malan. The Afrikaners did certain things. Also, they were very poor. You know the Afrikaners, I was telling colleagues earlier in the morning, we say black people are poor today. Let me tell you, the poverty of black people today is nothing compared to the way Afrikaners were poor right here in South Africa. So they get state power. What do? They create parastatals, Eskom, state-owned companies. Eskom, they created the IDC, they created Transnet. All of these state-owned companies that we are still there were created by the Afrikaners. And they also created real productive firms. So the Broederbond-sponsored projects. Who's this guy in Stellenbosch? Rupert, the father of Rupert. Given money to say, set up factories in order to do what? To employ Afrikaners and make sure that at the end of this thing, there is no unemployment among Afrikaners. Now, they also build schools for their children to make sure their children move from the status of being poor to middle class. They created universities, and these universities are still around us, by the way. At the end of the Afrikaner project, when their time was over, this is 1994, there was no longer poverty and unemployment among Afrikaners. Full stop. I'm done with the Afrikaners. It's not complicated. They used state power to do what? To end poverty and unemployment among their own people. That's the essence of it. Then enters the blacks from 1994 to where we are. This is now 31 years or so of the black government. Which industry has the black government created for the employment of black people? Let's talk now. Maybe I don't know. A thriving industry that produces stuff that is sold. And the blacks, they've got these factories. The unemployed flock in the morning to go work there. And these industries give hope to you, the students, that when you finish, you are going to go work there. As accountants, as engineers, this black industry that has been created since 1994. Which one? Any idea? Look at schools. Remember I said these whites. So they would create mining, they would build schools and universities for themselves. Look at black schools that the whites had built, by the way, in black communities, in the townships, in the rural areas. I went to some of those schools myself. Look what has happened to those schools. Let me tell you, there is no group anywhere in the world that has been lifted from a position of poverty into the status of middle class and rich without the school being at the center of that project. There isn't. Show me anywhere in the world, show me. There is none. If you kill the school, you have killed the entire nation. And let me tell you, the whites, when they built schools for them, for their children, they actually didn't build private schools. It was public schools. Let me tell you another thing. There is no country anywhere in the world that has become rich using private schools. Show me one. Nowhere in the world. Whether you take Western Europe, all of it. Whether you take North America, all of it. There is no country anywhere in the world that has become rich using private schools. It's public schools. Now, our government, the black government, has destroyed the school for a black child. And I tell them, the politicians, they don't take their children to these schools in the township. Panyaza in Gauteng, the premier there, he's busy with a thing called Bella Act, making a lot of noise. And I told him, my friend, what have you done? You come from Tembisa. What have you done in your township? Because you must go fix. The majority of the kids in Tembisa are not going to flock to the suburbs to study there. They will remain in Tembisa, meaning that school in Tembisa must be resourced. The black government was supposed, because it has a budget, take money, be serious about the education of black kids, pump resources in there. There must be top libraries. There must be best laboratory in Tembisa. Who says not? The best performers in mathematics are supposed to come from our townships. They're supposed to come from our rural schools. If we are serious about turning around the lot of black people. Now, let me conclude this black part. And I'm going to now give you advice. So that's the social context. The summary of the story is this. The Black Project since 1994 has made your life and has stolen your future. I can assure you here, and I'll tell you the truth, the politicians won't tell you. Those of you who are studying something that will lead you to a job in government, the likelihood here is that you're going to be unemployed. And it's sad to say this. The South African government is bankrupt. They have frozen posts. They have cut budgets by upwards of 10%, almost every department. Even universities, by the way, the Vice-Chancellor is here, she knows what I'm talking about. The budgets are being cut. Institutions are being squeezed. You know why? The thieves in government have stolen all of the money. There is nothing left. There is nothing left. What that means is that the thieves in government have stolen your future. That's what it means. So, the complex social setting, Dr. Sebake, it's exactly that. These kids are facing a bleak future because their government has messed up. Now, next observation. What do you do then? What do you do? Now, I'm going to speak to you now as individuals. I'm going to dissolve you, not as a mass of community, no, as individuals. I'm going to give you a few tips. What do you do at an individual level? Right here. Number one, take notes. Now on the notes. You must suspect, listen to this. You must suspect any person who claims to represent black people. Did you get that? Suspect. Treat everyone who claims to represent black people until you have seen the results. Did you get that? If you haven't seen the results, suspend your judgment. Don't clap your hands until you have seen the results, because not everyone who claims to speak for black people actually is serving the interests of black people. We now know. So that's number one. Treat everyone, including myself. Everyone who claims to speak on behalf of black people, treat them with suspicion until you have seen results. Because the thieves who have stolen money, the criminals you read about in newspapers, you see on television, right? The politicians who are in cahoots with criminals are black. So this idea that black people can't rob you, wake up. That's the first thing. The second thing, let's take notes. You must treat crowds with suspicion. Any crowd. Okay, yeah. Let me recommend books. The first part about the evolution of South Africa, the English, the blacks, and the Afrikaners. There are 3 books. Write these titles if you want to go read more. Title number 1, the title is Diamonds, Gold, and War, The Making of South Africa, by Martin Meredith. You don't need to buy these books. The library can actually order these books for you. The second book, go read Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, specifically Pitfalls of National Consciousness. The third, read the book I wrote, The Fall of the ANC, What Next? Yeah, we must write books. It's important. So, that's the first part. Now, I said suspect crowds. Here is the title. The Crowd is the title. A study of the popular mind. The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, by Gustav Le Bon. Crowds can be hysterical. Crowds can excite you to do wrong things that are going to destroy your future as an individual. Keep that in. Listen to this carefully. You may not think this thing is important now, but I can assure you, as you grow older, you will remember what I'm telling you. Think of when you left your village, there were no crowds. It was about your parents and your conditions in the village that led you here. And you are here to change your conditions, by the way. And let me tell you, if you focus here on yourself and forget about crowds, you will succeed in life. You want an example of that? Here is a villager standing in front of you. A villager, like a raw villager. When I went to university, I couldn't even speak English. Today, I'm not rich, but I'm actually a successful individual. So, keep that in mind. The third thing that you must do, and this, I don't know how to emphasize it, and this is the secret: amass as much knowledge as it is possible within the shortest space of time. Let me repeat. Amass as much knowledge as it is possible within the shortest space of time. You see, the secret of the success of white people, and I know this is controversial. We were having debates with my colleagues earlier on. You know why white people were ahead of everyone in the world? If you read the history of the world, you will realize that when it comes to technology, when it comes to economic progress, white people actually were ahead of the Chinese, were ahead of everyone. They were the first. The Chinese now have woken up. The first group, by the way, of non-whites were the Japanese. They woke up first, the Japanese, all the way from 1868, and they eventually caught up. Is this secret, this knowledge thing? This knowledge thing. I know you're concerned about passing exams. Let me give you a tip, because I once sat where you are sitting at some point. The most important thing here is not the exam. The most important thing here is the understanding of what you are learning. You must understand what you are learning. You will pass exam. Once you understand, you will pass. It will be easy to pass. But the point is, when you leave this place, you are so lucky to be sitting where you are sitting, where you are seated. Because there are millions of young South Africans your age who are in villages, who are in townships, smoking nyawupe. They have not been fortunate to be where you are. If you don't use this space, let me tell you, there is no other channel that is there's no other means that is gonna lift you out of your condition. So amass as much knowledge as possible. Read and read and reread. And what I'm telling you, it's my life. You know, I say to people, if you come to my house, the most expensive item in my house, not my furniture, it's not my car. By the way, I drive a very small car, a Jimny. It's my books. I have invested so much money in books. So read, read, and read. The rest shall follow. If you want money, let me tell you, it will follow. If you have knowledge, it will open all the doors. So please take this one very seriously. Fourth, while you are here, make an effort to connect with the outside world. And here I'm going to give you practical tips. My first time to fly, I came from a village, was at university. To fly, to be on an aeroplane. I never even dreamed that would happen. You know how? I was in SASCO as a student. I joined SASCO. Before I realized I was now in the SRC. Before I realized I'm now a member of a national SRC board that sends me to a student conference in Malawi. I'm now in an aeroplane. I didn't pay a cent. Now, you see what I mean? Join something. Join a debating society that will take you from time to time, must take you from this campus to somewhere else. Connect with the outside world while you are studying. Let me tell you, those guys, you may think they are crazy, who are part of associations. Let me tell you what happens, and it happened to me. They will be the first to find jobs when you leave this campus. They will be the first to find jobs. Because CVs are in front of these employers. The employers are asking, okay, we can see both of you have degrees, but they said this one has done something else. And you haven't done anything else. So join something that is going to connect you to the outside world. And as I conclude, you can see the program director, senior lecturer said you're not a program director. Build it into your head. Cultivate this culture that you are a builder, not a destroyer of anything. Did you get that? If people call you and say, let's go smash the windows of a building because there's some problem, refuse. Refuse. Because that can become a culture. The people who succeed in the world are those who don't break things, are those who build things. People who succeed in the world are those who build things, not those who demolish things. So, as young as you are, never associate yourself with people who destroy things. And I'm left with 2 points. The next one, sharpen your ethical consciousness. Be concerned about the suffering of people. If you see the Israelis on TV killing Palestinians, it must touch you. That human beings can't be killed like that. In fact, You should actually organize some protest on campus. Peace, say, no, 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 no. We cannot allow people to be killed like that, like as if they're flies. Empathy. Because if you don't do that, let me tell you, you think you're seeing this stuff on television. Few years down the line, some force from somewhere will come and kill you. And no one will protest. So no, they're killing those blacks down there in South Africa. When you see injustice being done in your community or even in the world, you must make it your business. It must disturb you. And the last point, and I am really closing my notes now. Remember this. The university is a transitory place. The university is a transitory place. You are passing here. You know, I've seen it even during my time in the SRC, especially the SRC types. Let me see SRC, where are you? It's very tempting when you are in the SRC, Dr. Sebake. You could feel like you are a little king. I know it. I was in the SRC, so I can say this stuff. Like you are in charge. It's like a country, this university that you are co-running with the Vice-Chancellor. The Vice-Chancellor is here to stay. You, my friend, if you stay here, the longest will be 4 or 5 years. You must be out. Never think that you're going to settle here permanently. You are getting somewhere. So prepare for that somewhere. Don't think that you are in charge here. This is not a permanent place for students. There's a queue. Students are writing matric as we speak. They want to come here. So please, get out of that space so that the other kids can come here and study. I wish you the best of conferences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guest speaker, Prince Mashele, for your inputs. I don't know, Dr. Sebake, if Mr. Osman Torre is online, because I need him to give his message of support quickly, and then we'll move to the panel discussion. Can I get an indication from the technical team? Oh, there we go. All right. Osman Ture, good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, lovely. You are live at the Central University of Technology in the Youth Conference. Give us your message of support and all the best. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Special greetings to everyone that is there with us, to the university administration, faculty staffs, fellow delegates and representative speakers, panelists, their students, and members of the community. I greet you all, and my wish was to be here with all of you in person. But as you know, with circumstances beyond my powers, about 3 weeks ago, yesterday, I got involved in an accident. And I am currently in Dakar, Senegal, where I'm receiving post-surgery physiotherapy. And it was advised that South Africa is a bit of a long-distance travel, and it's unfortunate that I won't be able to embark on. But with the advance of technology, and I understand I'm speaking with tech enthusiastic individuals, young Africans who believe that they can leverage technology and innovation for the advancement of our communities, that we are good to harness the dividends of the fourth industrial revolution. So my dear brothers and sisters of the Free State, As I alluded earlier on, that my wish was to be here in person, but I would still want to just implore the young people that are here with us that yes, we understand the difficulties all over the continent. We understand the challenges of going to school. We also recognize the challenges that we live with, whether it is communities in South Africa, communities in Sierra Leone, communities in the Gambia, and the list goes on. Before even going in depth into a goodwill message, reflecting on my very experience 3 weeks ago, I should have received treatment in the Gambia where this incident happened. But I was made to know that with such surgery cannot be handled anywhere in the Gambia and that I needed to move outside. Now, this just tells you about the difficulties, about the challenges that we all face, and they are similar from one African country to another. As a frequent traveler across the length and breadth of the African continent, often I am joined on flights by very young Africans who are in their maybe mid 20s as university graduates, some of whom hold critical skills that are prerequisite for any country's development and for the continental development as a whole. But these individuals are narrowing down their potential, their skills, the certificates that they've acquired over the years, like some of you seated here, to become what? Caretakers in homes abroad. Now, from the industries and the skills that they've acquired, pays everyone evenly outside of Africa, but in our case, it is a challenge. However, this is not a determining factor that as young people, we need to run out of the continent. No. Everything else can be imported except the genuine development that will liberate Africa forward. And that is a responsibility that we must ask ourselves first before blaming anyone. Today, young Africans are leading innovation, technology, whether it is in finance, in agro-tech, in health tech, and other related fields. Championing applications, building platforms, whether it is about connecting farmers and markets in Cameroon, in Ghana, in Nigeria, or health tech and innovation that supports the quick and even deliveries of medical needs in remote places, villages, and towns across Rwanda, or the booming finance and tech innovations that is supporting today young people in Nairobi, in the streets of Johannesburg and elsewhere. These are phenomenal innovations championed by young Africans that we must not lag behind. And above all, we must amplify that voice of change, that we are not just critique of the African situation, but as contributors to what a national development and what a continental development has to look like. To my dear brothers and sisters, Africa awaits a transformation, a leapfrog, something that enabled Africa to not only speak on a voice globally, but also to have an even share of global resources. Today, we are a continent that sits on resources that benefits every corner of the world. We champion every development narrative. Africa's resources powers the industries of France and everywhere in Europe, likewise the case of America and China. What that means is, us as young people, when we go to schools, the minerals that we step on, the schools that we go to, the books that we read, the innovations that we work on, the community challenges that we every day see, and even in some critical instances where the young people in the case of Congo and elsewhere walk to schools barefoot, stepping on minerals that the school they go to teach them nothing on how to add value to these minerals, how to transform them into something good. These are concerns that every young African out there has to have in their mind, in their heart, and as a guiding spirit to what they can do in terms of liberation, but above all, as highlighted by the Vice-Chancellor and some of the previous speakers, it is this continent's time to work on self-reliance and self-upliftment. I thank you all, and I believe beyond this engagement, we will have physical encounters where we navigate these blueprints that would be guiding myself and all of you here in terms of delivery for success and for development that the continent desires. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Usman, for that message of support and input to the conference, which is going to aid some of the discussions we are going to have this morning. Now I've managed to reduce the program. At least now we are 25 minutes behind the schedule, but we will be on time very quickly. Now let's move to questions and discussions for Prince Mashele and as well as Dr. Bernard Sebake. They will be taking your questions. I believe Osman Tore is still with us online to take questions as well. All right. Pardon me to all delegates in attendance this morning. I would like us to make this one very, very brief because we have one more panel before we head on towards lunchtime. And lunch is scheduled for 1 o'clock and the time is now 5 minutes before 12. I want us to have a discussion with Prince Mashele and Dr. Bernard Sebake in only one round. So I will take 2 to 4 hands and then hand the mic back to them. When the mic comes to you, Dr. Sebake and Mr. Mashele, please also make it your closing remarks as well. All right. You'll be the first one with the white blazer. Number 2, blazer of the Orange Free State University. Number 3, and then my brother there, you'll be the last one. Those are the only 4 hands we are going to take. Can I plead here with these 4 people who have been identified? Try to ask what was being said on the podium. Don't bring a question from home that you woke up with this morning. you know, Mr. Mashele, people will ask you about Mkwanas. Yet you didn't speak about Mkwanas today, So please go straight to an intellectual engagement with what was provided on this podium today, this morning, and also keep it brief. Number 1. Your name and where you come from.
Greetings to our esteemed panel members and to the floor at large. My name is Gyabetsu Lubudi from Sebake University. I'm an SRC member. So my question is to Mr. Mashele, and my question stems from a statement that you made that the Black Project since 1994 has made your life, I quote, and stolen your future. So my question is basically grounded from the last part of that statement, saying that it has stolen your future. And with that statement that you're making, the future you are referring to us, because the future is in fact this generation, which is us. So I want us to understand that the reason why the future has been stolen is because the mindset of that future is being disempowered. And my question will come to say that, how do you then re-empower a disempowered mindset? Because we are a generation that is constantly being disempowered by the state that is being served. And one thing we have in common with the youth of 1976 and our current youth is that we are fighting the state. And what is sad is that our state is the black state. It's a state that's supposed to serve us, but in fact, it's disempowering us. We are a generation that keeps on singing chants with the agenda yama capitalist asifuni. But in fact, that agenda is coming from a point whereby it's being perpetuated by black people. So it's a problem of victimhood versus attachment. That is the state. And victimhood is very subjective. And we have a state that is very victimizing. It's acting as if it's the victim in this current moment that we are playing. So my question is basically, how do you then re-empower a disempowered mindset? Thank you.
Number two.
My humble greetings to the House at large. My name is Ayanda Madiba, hailing from the University of the Free State, and my question is to Mr. Prince Mashele. In your presentation, you mentioned that in order for you to be successful, or in order for you to leave a legacy, you must regard yourself as a builder and not a demolisher. And now, my question is around that, as to, there is a Zulu saying that says, "Ayikangezi ifumbethe," meaning that you must let go of what is in the past in order for you to be able to attain what the future brings to you. But the unfortunate part is, it is very hard for some of us to let go of the past because the past is still clinging to us, meaning that we are still oppressed. We are not yet fully liberated as we would wish to be. Therefore, there is in no point a time where we'll be able to not focus on the fact that we must first demolish these structures that have been put in place to suppress the black child. That is why there is even the concept of decolonization, which is basically breaking what colonization has done to our education. And two, you also mentioned that we need to invest a lot of our efforts into ensuring that we all amass knowledge in education, basically. But the unfortunate part still is, up to today, access to education remains a privilege and not a right, as it is supposed to be. So now, how do you acquire knowledge, whereas the very same knowledge is questionable? The education that we receive up to today is still colonized. There is the curriculum. That is why some of us as pedagogical practitioners, we are still pushing for the fact that we must firstly decolonize this curriculum, because the education that we are being fed was never meant to liberate the black child. So how do we then attempt to liberate ourselves? How do we attempt to invest in education and amass as much knowledge as possible? And three, how can we not be demolishers, whereas there are still chains of oppression that still we suffer from to this date? I submit.
Sure. Number three.
Good morning. My name is Sebake. I am a CET student, the provincial coordinator of SASCO within the Free State. Let me first begin by saying, Dr. Sebake, we appreciate the opportunity for this conference. As you are opening the conference, you go on Karl Marx. Let me follow suit. Mankind must first of all eat, drink, have shelter and clothing before it can pursue politics, science and art. It was Karl Marx that was trying to bring us to understand that for us to be able to move towards a certain direction, we must first have all these fundamentals. We as student activists, and then how do we continue with the responsibility that is bestowed within us to continue to lead the masses of the students of Free State in general? Because I stand here knowing very well that student activism within the Free State is dead. How do we mobilize to fill this hall? How do we then go and take from your wisdom while you are sitting there to be able to lead these young people of South Africa into the promised land. I know as you are speaking there, you might have lost many because the simplest paper Karl Marx has ever written was the Communist Manifesto. I say this because when you speak, you might have lost a number of students. Speaking of CUT alone, you would find that out of the 21 registered students, only 1,200 would be interested in things in general. Mr. Prince Mashele touches on something I say a lot, that when you are involved in all these programs, you get to travel, you get to see people, you get to rub shoulders with the big shots, you therefore learn. I would like to join suit again and say I encourage all those who are in the hall today to also join suit. But importantly, the question that needs to be answered is how do we revive the student activism within the province and in CUT in particular? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 4, and the last one.
No, thank you very much. My name is Mahao, former SLC Residence and Accommodation Officer, led by the EFF Student Command. Leadership, Wenanda Mashele. You spoke of the economics and the econometer, Afrikaners, and as well as English people, but you never touched on black economy. You spoke of those that existed and were successful, those that existed and were successful, but you failed to touch on the black economy, which was based on Qwaqwa. When we speak of radical economic transformation in our lifetime, we speak of Qwaqwa. When we speak of education, black economy, we speak of Qwaqwa. When we speak of industrialization, we speak of Qwaqwa. All this black economy was built within 11 years only. You have been in ANC, and Gilaga checker on your mini bibliography that you served under presidency as a speechwriter. Now I'd like to say that you failed us. You failed us as youth. You failed to advocate for proper economy of black people and take advice from the late TK Mopedi, who led the black economy of Qwaqwa, and it was successful.
Thank you very much. I would like to request that the 3 members of the panel please share these questions. So, Usman, try to take a few. Dr. Sebake, take a few. And then the last speaker will be Mr. Mashele. Usman, in 2 minutes, my brother.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I think on a broader base, I would just like to quickly touch on the issue of decolonizing. It's very important that we are very practical on the things that we are talking about. In our relation with the rest of the world, Africa has never been a priority. So like it was in the case of South Africa to the apartheid regime and post that era, there has always been systems that extend this marginalization and the continuous exploitation of not only the people, but Africa in general. And this affects both our civilization, it affects our education, it affects our economy, and the way in which we operate politically. Today, generally in the entire African continent, we have subscribed to ideologies that do not belong to us and do not work for us. We have also subscribed to economic structures that were built without the consultation of Africa, and these are meant to help Europe recover and build other continents forward. Now, the shift is, how do we, as young people of the continent, not only advocate for a cut in this chain, but also to a genuine liberation from the people that leads us today? In economic terms, it is no longer a priority to have the West walking into the streets of the African continent and determining everything. But they have trained Africans to do that for them. So it is about liberating ourselves from the leaders that betrays the trust of the African individuals and the future that we want to build as young people. And this is a radical shift in the education and a radical shift in the economy and as well as our political space. So on a final note, I just want to believe that there would be more time where we can explore these dynamics and this engagement. And I thank you all once again for the opportunity.
Beautiful. Dr. Sebake, your few thoughts in 3 minutes.
Well, thanks very much. I'm going to tackle just one question and really leave the rest for Prince. I was intrigued by how you have been, alleged to have failed to deliver on the question of township and rural economy. I just want to tackle that one. If you go to, and I want to be very practical about it, if you go to every town or city, you are going to find an area that they call it downtown, right? In some instances, they call it Indian Center or whatever. Depend on the dynamics of every town. This is because me and you migrate from our own villages, our own township, because the spatial planning of the former regime was that let's also take these universities to town, where everyone will go to town. When you are done with your degree, you have found space in town where you are, you don't go home, including myself. Now, that's the first thing that undermines rural and township economy. And the large number of people who really are consumers are found in the villages. And for them to get this economic bubble, do their own shopping and everything, they must then travel to town. And then you ask yourself a question, what is wrong with our mind? You go strictly to a local government. There's a concept called local economic development. For me, it does not exist because a large reservoir of infrastructure have been left dilapidating on the basis that that infrastructure was supposed to support the local economic development. Therefore, it forces us to go to town for nearly every economic activity that we want to pursue. But the message I want to drive is that we ought to start thinking of being ambassadors of that very same rural economy, very same township economy, in order for us to arrive at the point that we actually defend our own territory in order to ensure that the money does circulate in our own spaces, and that is how to drive the local economy that is sustainable. Now, I will be very surprised as we talk about a foreign migration. Now we've got what we call national migration, because all of us have relocated. Villages have just remained places where we visit, or those who we believe they are in a position not to be viable, they are unemployable, they are found there in the villages. So I think it starts with our abstract of mind. I am happy that Gauteng province, for instance, have really came up with a policy that support what we call a township economy. But I have not seen it anywhere, and therefore it is our responsibility to start mobilizing directly towards ensuring that our rural economy, our township economy does thrive and does not become a space of consumers only.
As you come in, Mr. Mashele, to close this segment, I want you particularly, Mr. Mashele, to respond to the question from Kwaku. You were a speechwriter for Thabo Mbeki, or one of the speechwriters for Thabo Mbeki, and Mbeki had a 2/3 majority in parliament. Whilst our people were in bondage, whilst our people were landless. And he arrived there, instead of using the 2/3 majority to deliver fundamental change, he got there and made poems. Were you part of those poems as a speechwriter? But yeah, just wrap it up for us, Mr. Mashele, and then we'll go to the next segment.
Sure. Down, your name is Keleto? Okay, good. You know, I'm going to say, your question is very important, because you say, how do you empower yourself for the future? That is the most important question. And I'm going to tell you something here. That will sound like, this thing can't be done, but I can tell you. The education system that we as black people have been receiving for the longest time, including post-apartheid, by the way, in our universities, has been disempowering. I remember a few years ago, I was studying at Rhodes. And during our break, I'm chatting with a white chap, was a classmate. So he asked me, what are you going to be doing next year? We're finishing towards the end of the year. Then I said, no, I'm not sure, but I think I'm going to look for a job. You know, I need now to start preparing my CV. Right? Then I asked him, and you? He says, no, I'm going to take a gap year. I'll be traveling Europe, this and that and that. But out of that conversation, I realized later on reflection, obviously I had money. I mean, I came from a village, I was poor. But here is the thing about the education that we have been receiving. It tells us that we must prepare ourselves to go and look for a job. Let me tell you, and education like that is disempowering. I woke up and I thank my lucky stars, and this is where my awakening came from. These books, you know, you just don't understand the power of books. I woke up and realized, my goodness, actually this thing that when you grow up, you must go look for a job, it's actually a fraud. You are going to lose your life working for someone. It's a fraud. People who work, and I'm going to apologize, if you work, please close your ears. And I'm going to stand up here. This is very important. You know, a typical person who works, let me tell you what happens in the life of that person. They are in debt up to here. They are working to pay banks. They are going to finish paying their house when they are 61. They are told, wake up 7 o'clock, you must be in some office. There's some chair there that was bought by some chap, so you shall sit here. Let me tell you, and And I'm going to be very practical here so that you get this thing. Me, no one tells me to do so. No one. No one tells me 8 o'clock we shall report at some nonsensical office. I wake up and do what I want to do. No one is stealing my life by saying, governing your life. So let me tell you, if you want to empower yourself, here is what you must do, my dear. Think about this must trouble you. Whatever you are studying, I don't know. Say, how can I turn this into a commodity that I can sell and make money for myself? That was my awakening. Let me tell you, when I started thinking like that, okay, I'm going to say something that this will shock you a bit. I am a millionaire. Yes. Yeah. No, it's very important. This is very, very important. You must say, if you are educated here, how do you become millionaires? Because when you become millionaires, you will employ people. I employ people, by the way. So, white people, that's how they think, by the way. They don't think of being employees. So please, everyone who's studying here, say, how can I turn this thing into a project that is going to make money for myself and in the process is going to employ others? It's the most, don't think of looking for a job. So that's the first point. The second point, and this is very important, white people, that's how they think. That's not thinking of jobs. The second thing is ayanda. You know, me, I'm not scared to be unpopular. I'm going to be very unpopular now. There's a book by a philosopher called Slavoj Zizek, In Defense of Lost Causes. I'm going to defend a lost cause now. You see, this thing about decolonizing education, and I've heard that stuff a long time. You know, the fastest growing region economically of the world, you know which one is that? It's East Asia. Yes. Those guys have literally defeated poverty. If you go to Singapore, there's no poverty. It used to be a third world country. They were colonized by the British, brutalized. They are a multiracial society comprising the Chinese, Malay people, and Indians. They struggle with these things that we're struggling with. But let me tell you what they did. They didn't waste time and talk about decolonizing this and decolonizing. Do you know Trump now? I mean, if you follow television, what is happening in the US? Trump is busy trying to block China from sending its students to the US to study. The Chinese were brutalized historically by the British. But they want to take their kids to go where? To go to the US, to the white people to study. So my friend, if it was possible, I would like you to go and study in the best universities in Britain, in America. The knowledge that this whole thing about decolonizing, this nonsense, a lot of those people, by the way, they don't understand what they're talking about. The East Asian countries today are first world, South Korea, Singapore, China, Malaysia. If they were to come into this hall and hear this question about decolonizing, you know, they would laugh and say, but what has happened to this group of human beings?
Mr.
You
Mashele.
need to get the best education wherever it is. The last point,
Yes.
so I'm defending lost causes. I'm not popular, I don't want to be popular. The last one is this about black education, poems and so on. There's someone, by the way, my colleague there from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, he's going to defend Thabo Mbeki in this. But let me tell you this thing. You see, as black people, we have gotten into this thing of bastardizing discourse, serious discourse, such that we are unable to assess whatever little progress we are making. Listen to this. Thabo Mbeki, I say this, was the best president we have had post-1994. And I'll explain why. The best president we've had since 1994. Mandela played his role. But let me tell you what happened during Thabo Mbeki. Number one, this idea that black people can't govern, right? which is a racist idea. Thabo Mbeki proved racist wrong. That we can be proper human beings and govern a modern state. Two, let me tell you what happened during Thabo Mbeki. He built the black middle class. The emergence of the largest black middle class in South Africa happened under Thabo Mbeki. It's a fact. Go to Statistics South Africa and look. Three, during his tenure, only after apartheid, the economy grew by an annual average of about 5%. You know what that translated to? It created 500,000 jobs per annum, per year. Since Thabo Mbeki, no one else has done that. And you know what that does? It actually brought income into the pockets of Africans. Speeches. If you're a speechwriter, you're not a leader. You're just a functionary. I was just a mere functionary writing for leaders. You just write. By the way, when you write, they can either accept what you write or reject. And ultimately, it's not your speech, it's the speech of the leader. Then the black economy, as I sit down. The black economy, historically, if you look at us as black people, has been the taxi industry. Has been the taxi industry. That is still our economy, by the way. But the black economy is not a productive economy. What does it produce? It transports people to go and serve white people, mothers to go and clean white people's houses in the suburbs, gardeners to go and cut white people's grass. No. You must be so educated that you set up factories so that whoever is being transported to go and work, this person is going to produce something in a factory that has been set up by black people. Here is the thing. I have a hatchery in the village.
Thank you, Mr. Mashele.
I produce chickens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashele. Let's give our panel a round of applause. Dr. Sebake, Mr. Mashele, you may take your seats. Thank you so much. All right, Nisakon. Let's give them one more round of applause as they go back on stage. All right, let's move quickly to the final item on this segment, which will be a panel discussion. So, I want to call on stage Mr. Lucanyo Nier, Mr. Wandisile Sabezo, and Ms. Yolokazi Mfuto. Let's give them a round of applause. Do we have enough roving mics for 3 people on the panel? We do, okay. You can sit in whatever order. All right. Thank you for joining us this morning. This panel discussion is titled Education and African Leadership Pathways and What the Youth Can Emulate as Social Agents for Change in Modern Society. Unfortunately, your panel is standing between us and lunch. So we are going to try our best to make it as brief as possible. We have 30 minutes lined up to run this panel from the beginning to the end. Now, your bios, I know they are quite long, but let's do it this way. When the mic comes to you to give your opening remarks, you will also introduce yourself. Please make your introduction only 1 or 2 lines maximum, basically what you do at the moment. And then afterwards, you then give your opening remarks. Your SRC position in 2009, it's not necessary. Okay, education and African leadership pathways and what the youth can emulate as social agents for change in modern society. Let me give each one of you 5 minutes to just give your broad thoughts and insights on that theme in whatever order. Anyone can go first. You want to pick on the podium? Okay, sure.
I think I'm too short for this. No, it's fine. Thanks, Dr. Mzilin, and good morning, colleagues. It's good to be here indeed. My name is Wandisile Africa Sebezo. I am from a province called the Western Cape. I work for a local municipality there in a department called Local Economic Development. But I'm here because I like to engage on various issues, politics, popular culture, and everything else. So don't hold me for... Am I protected?
Carry on.
Sure, thanks. Because of time, I prepared a small speech, but I'm going to just read in drabs and drabs. And the first point I want to say to young people, really, that we must take cue from Fanon, that each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it and betray it in relative obscurity. So you as young people, you must define what you want to be and what you want South Africa to be and create it for yourselves. No one must try and influence you to move in directions that you don't want to go there. You must define what South Africa you want to achieve. But on the issue of education, Zileni, I take cue from Sobuka, who says education to us means service to Africa. Because I'm a worker, Prince Mashele, there's a lot of certified black people, educated blacks, who don't contribute meaningfully to the development of society. So, because people, they get educated, they get better jobs, Pedro, they get good credit, they buy a nice car, they move to the suburbs, then they forget, they think they've arrived. So I'm here to tell you that as you are students at university, you need to come out of here with your education and use it for the development of society. That's what Sobukwe meant. I'm skipping things here, Pedro. You let me know. 2 minutes. There's a document that was produced by the ANC. It's called Strategy Through the Eye of the Needle. That document, Dr. Sebake asks us 2 fundamental questions. It is related to what Fanon was saying earlier on, by the way. The first question is, what kind of society do we envisage? And the follow-up question is, what kind of leaders will take us there? So we want an Africa, Dr. Mzilini, that is free of corruption. We want an Africa that is educated. We want an Africa that is Pan-African in thought. These spaces of CUT must then produce a leadership in a generation that is going to enable all the efforts to lead us to the Africa that is desirable. So I'm only here now to appeal to young people to take up space. I'm not going to use big words. I've got Dr. P here to come and give you, big concepts. All I'm appealing to you as young people, take up space, build networks, and create authentic relationships amongst yourselves, because the next generation of leaders is yourselves. And also, white people, I'm tempted by Prince a lot. I don't want to respond to him. White people capitalize on what they call social capital. There's a lot of uneducated whites who are in positions of power in the economy. Uneducated people. But they run institutions because his father was in school with his father back in the day, or they played rugby together. So let us also, take cue from that. Social capital is very important. That's why I'm saying build authentic relationships.
All right. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I feel so cold, so if I was sitting down, I'm going to shiver, right? My name is Yolokazi Mfuto. I am from the Eastern Cape, Komatole, Eklesi, but I'm based in Pretoria. I'm a consultant. I work with DDP, I work with CVO, and I work at the Center for Human Rights at UP. I was so excited when I got an invite to come speak here today because I'm very passionate about youth development, because I believe that as much as young people are said to be part of the population, but I do think that in the future they're going to be 100% of the population. So when we speak about youth matters, we don't have to sideline young people. They must be at the center stage of discussions because the economy can't function without young people, right? So this theme for this conference, Cultivating Youth Agency in Complex Societal Setting, Transcending the Africa that is Desirable, I do think that it is taken from the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, particularly aspiration number 6. Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for its children, right? This is a particular and important agenda that we must at all times keep in our minds. Because if the Africa we want in 2063, we don't cultivate it now, then what are we going to get as fruits? So this is why the theme for this panel is important. Education and African leadership pathways, what the youth can emulate as social agents for change. Agency is very important for young people. And how do you cultivate that agency? And what do you do? What input you make will actually give you the outcome, the consequences. You not participating today in societal matters, you not knowing your councillor in your own community, you not participating in the IDP process will definitely render you as an adult who does not know what's happening in society. So it's important what you do now at university. You don't just see yourself as a person who's at school, just you study and then you go to your room and you sleep. Participate, engage in student affairs projects. Join Enactors. I was former president of Enactors at some point myself, right? Join JCI, join the SRC if you want to be elected as a leader of that nature, right? Because if you don't participate, the history doesn't have blank pages. You won't be recorded as a person who participated, right? So those things are important. And if you want your input to be recorded, you participate wherever you are. So I always say that sometimes people say, where do we start? Start where you are. Particularly those who are in university, you are privileged. Not everyone in South Africa has access to university. There are young people who are not in education, in training, or any sort of employment, right? So when now you are here, capitalize on that. Capitalize on the programs that are there. Capitalize on the associations that are there to ensure that your voice matters, right? Secondly, how do you then probably, after you've left university, how do you cement yourself in society? You want to find employment, and there's nothing wrong with finding employment, right? If you want to find employment, it's good, because social mobility is also important. But it's important that even when you are in employment, you're an active citizen. You don't just go to work and come back. You participate in your ward committee meetings, if there's ward committee meetings. Because if you do not do that, then how do you then get to participate in the budget of the nation? Because you didn't do the groundwork. That is very important, right? And my last sentiments are going to be on why this is important. Because now I heard from the keynote speaker, people are speaking about how the apartheid, of course, has done us wrong, colonization, we want now to decolonize. But how do we then move forward? Because it's very important we are in touch with the reality. But how do we then move forward? If you want to decolonize, start decolonizing your knowledge. What do you consume, right? And what you see as knowledge. Because if what you see as knowledge is only what you get from university, then you are very far away from decolonization. Because also, if we don't decolonize knowledge, then we're not going to appreciate the innovations that come from the ground, that come from townships, from the rural areas. Innovations that come from people who can't speak English. Because we see education as how eloquent you are in English. We see education in what concepts can you describe and define in English. But if someone is eloquent in Xhosa, they wrote their thesis, we don't see them as that important, right? So it's quite important that we decolonize even language, even the way, Gungwa Thiongo says that language is not a string of words, it is culture. It's how we transform society. So it's very important that when we have these discussions, we even question the type of knowledge we consume. Young people right now, we say they are apolitical, they are apathetic. I always refuse that. Young people are disillusioned by the current system. Young people are organized. I saw something that was very interesting to me. There's a young piano artist that was seen to not like his audience. The way people actually boycotted his performances on stage without actually speaking to each other physically, they spoke on social media. So it's important that the political leaders who are in parliament or wherever, they engage young people where they are, because young people have agency. Young people can be organized, but there's an intention to depoliticize young people, to disassociate them with important matters in the nation. Yes. Oh, we are. Thank you so much, Pedro. Yes. As I conclude, so it's very important young people to push back. Push back, read the news, read. Because if you don't do that, you'll be another generation that says, oh, young people don't read, don't participate. Because, the famous Chinua Achebe says, until lions have their own historians, stories of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So if young people don't write about what you feel, what you do, and how you do it, the older people will always speak for you and speak on behalf of you and not credit you. Thank you so much.
I'm doing exactly what Prince said we should not do. I had intended to sit and talk from there, but the peer pressure of the crowd has made me walk here, so I've already not applied the lessons we were told earlier on. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thanks so much for having us today. I'm going to make 4 points. I know we've got 5 minutes only, but we were promised 10. And so I will try and get it done within the 5 minutes that I have. 2 sets of quick disclaimers. I'm 35, I turned 35 3 weeks ago. I no longer spend time with young people. On Saturday alone, between 9 and 4 p.m., I was in a meeting with old people, 85-year-olds, 80-year-olds, 70-year-olds. At 7 p.m. that same Saturday, I was at a birthday party, Kabando Lomisa, who was turning 70. I say this that I don't think I have much that's going to be of use to young people. I think that the young people in the room already know the things that must be done. They know the things that they need to be doing. That's the first point. And the second point is very much linked to that one. I tell anyone who invites me to speak as a young person that as a child, I never went to Sunday school. I lie. I went to Sunday school once. And when I went to Sunday school, I realized that that's not where the real things were taking place. And I used to cry and I wanted to sit in the main church. I make this as a very serious example, that I think the youth movements, the youth groups are important. But I think it's equally important that we just simply sit in the main room, that we don't allow ourselves to be relegated to these silos of saying we're young people there. Meanwhile, the big discussions are taking place elsewhere. The last introductory point I wanted to make is that the discussions we're having today are not unique to CUT. The questions that were coming up earlier on are not things that you're grappling with alone. Just this year alone, I was engaging with students in Rwanda, same questions. In Tanzania, same questions. I came back from Sri Lanka 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, same questions. I was in India in March, same questions. The things that I think you're concerned about are things that are really concerning young people across the world. And so I'm saying that you mustn't feel as if that these are unnecessarily unique conditions that you are grappling with. The first substantive, and the 3 points I'm going to make, so please be kind to me, Chair. The first thing I wanted to say is that that revolutionary change is often sparked and driven by young people. If you think about the age of Mandela and his cohort when they founded the ANC Youth League, they were in their late 20s, early 30s. Castro was 32 when he became leader of Cuba and he disposed Batista. Lumumba was 34 when he became Prime Minister of the Congo. Pityana and Biko were 24 and 22 respectively when they championed black consciousness. I think it's important that we remember this and not think that we must wait until we're older, we must wait until we're no longer youth in order to do these things that we are complaining about and are reflecting about in our own society. The examples I've used of I think the 4 groups of people, 5 people I mentioned, were not people who waited for someone to give them authority or power or leadership formally. All of these people and all of these young people understood that power needed to be taken and not be given to them. And so the idea that we must come to a youth conference in order to be told how do we respond to the challenges we have in our community, how do we respond to the challenges we have in our own university, is uncomfortable to me. But I'll leave my discomfort for another time. It's extremely dangerous to want to outsource our agency to other people. It is extremely dangerous and also a self-defeating idea. It says that we are unable to think about the things we see that are falling apart, and we're unable to act accordingly. The second last point, and I'll be very brief here, is there's an opportunity dividend that we have as young people. We are told all the time that the African continent has got the youngest population. 65% of the population is under the age of 25. Now, not all of these people are able to vote, but if you use the elections and voting as a proxy, if young people wanted to lead their countries in their continent, they could be leading right now. If young people wanted to vote young people in to lead, they could be doing it and they should be doing it. And so I think it's important that we don't try and think about ourselves as leaders as if the people who are leading us are out there. And that there is an agency that is the power that we've got as young people in order to take up the power that we're able to, take that power and utilize it in the ways that we want to utilize this power. The last thing I wanted to say was really around the idea of education and entrepreneurship. It's come up a lot. And I think Doc here spoke about the importance of being able to respond to the challenges we have in our communities using the education we've got. I wanted to briefly dispel the idea of entrepreneurship equally. For my sins, I'm an entrepreneur. I have failed in many entrepreneurial ventures. I've succeeded in some of them. I wanted to say that entrepreneurship is not the thing that's going to solve all these problems. It's genuinely not the thing that's going to solve them. What entrepreneurship gives us, and I think the important thing, because we're in the academy, because we're in the university at the moment, is to think about entrepreneurship as a way of thinking and as a way of doing, as a value system. It's a register that you've got this entrepreneurial mindset that says, I've gone to CUT, I've gone to university, I understand X, Y, and Z. I'm applying a lens of saying that this is a problem that I'm seeing out here. I must think about a solution in response to that. If in the course of that you get a job, great. If in the course of that you start a business, great. But the idea of entrepreneurship is not to say, I'm going to go start a business in order to do X, Y, and Z. That thing is a trap. It's a trap, and there's so many entrepreneurs who are only entrepreneurs at CIPC, but really, in real terms, are not doing anything practical. So the last thing is that we as young people, the people in this room, have got the agency to respond to the situations we've got. And that young people over the ages have been able to step up and say, we must lead, we must depose, we must start things, we must shape thinking. The second part is that the opportunity to lead is already here. That there is no need to be waiting for someone else to tell us we must go and lead now when we're able to lead right then. And then to be able to use the tools that we're learning in this very place to shape how we're thinking, why we're thinking, and when we're thinking in order to act in the correct way. Those are things that we need to do correctly as young people. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lucanio. I can now safely say we are back on time. The conference is now running on schedule. You can even check your program now. We are back on schedule. Thank you for those wonderful inputs. And I think I'm glad now you are shifting the direction of the conversation to where I think all of us wanted it to be. It was slowly becoming more of a motivational talk, you know. Now we're back to discourse and the socio-political landscape and the work that young people need to do in the context of the world neoliberal system that they are under. Now, I want to open it up to the floor, and I can see now we have a full room finally. So thank you for the CUT community for coming out. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now we have a floor opened up. I will not paraphrase or repeat the inputs that have been made. They are clear. And I want now to open it up to the floor. There was a hand shame that I suppressed in the last round. Where is it? You are covered now. Okay. All right. You'll be number one. Let me stand so that I can see everyone. You'll be number one. Give him the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed through Dr. Mzilenia's chair. My name is Siyabonga Kyanji. I'm from the University of the Free State. I want to ask Mr. Lucanio, who said entrepreneurship won't be a solution. Nowadays, we have realized that it's only education or entrepreneurship, because young people are closed out in decision-making processes. We can say in South Africa and the continent as a whole, old people are the ones who are still making decisions for us. So if you are saying entrepreneurship is not a solution, what will be the solution for young people? As you've said that you are now sitting with old people, so I believe that they have advised you on what will be the solution for young people. Secondly, I want to go to my sister. Sorry for saying my sister, but you're my sister. Yeah, so the second question will, not a question, is that as young people, as you've said that they isolated that young man of an artist. As young people, we can mobilize and actually decide on what we want. But what is that thing that must be done for us to unite in one goal, because as a member of a political organization, I realized that we say we stand for an idea of Karl Marx, but we don't know who Karl Marx is. So for us to be educated in one thing, I'm not saying you should answer on Karl Marx, but what should we do as young people? Yeah, so that we could unite in one goal and actually be the best for the future of Africa. Thank you.
Now, are there any other? I'm so surprised there are no hands in a discussion at university. Anyways, let me come back to the panel in the meantime. I just want to probe, just to expand on some of the inputs you made. I understand you were limited because of time, but now it's your chance here to expand on some of the points that you made. Lucanyo, I think on your inputs around the fact that these are not actually individually orientated problems, but these are problems that have to do with structures of power that are embedded in this society, right? And the coloniality that they reinforce. Hey, I'm using big words now. The coloniality they reinforce. In other words, 1994 might have happened. There might have been a supposed breakthrough that is alleged. But if you look at South Africa today, all social relations of the apartheid colonial order are still in place. The disempowerment which we spoke about is largely and overwhelmingly concentrated on young people who are black, right? So can you expand on that point you were making about this aspect of these things not being necessarily individually concentrated and they require a super entrepreneur, but rather these are social relations that have to do with power. Just expand on that when you come back. Then Yolokazi, I think your point was brilliant on the knowledge crisis, that yes, we agree that most of the models we've been using are not working, primarily because there's knowledge offered to young people, but it's knowledge for liquidation of their consciousness, of their agency. It's not knowledge for the liberation of the mind, you know? So in your view, just to finish up that point you are making, why is it important now for the struggle to be concentrated on knowledge and the liberation of the mind? What is it about the mind now that needs to be done, right, as the source of unlocking this revolution that we want to see? And then on your end, again, Wandisile, you said youth must take up space. And then you quoted a document called Through the Eye of the Needle, a document that the people who wrote it are not even implementing what is on that document. They are doing a total opposite of what is written in that piece of work. So what is it about, maybe, is it your movement? Or is just a document you came across? Or you don't own them or own anything in J, you are just quoting a document. But again, you will come and respond to that aspect. But one thing I want to check with you, Wandisile, is this aspect you said, the youth must take up space. What are you talking about exactly? The youth must take up space. I think you didn't have time to finish that point. As you give your inputs again, make sure also that they are closing remarks as well, because we have to now adjourn the floor and go to lunch and tea break together, right? What is the color of that hand? It's a question. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bradley, and I am a Master of Agriculture student at CUT. And my question is just around the student agency in particular. I wanted to actually find it because we have all of these like buzzwords that we throw around, and we have to mobilize ourselves as students, and we have to come together, and this cohort has to be established, etc. However, what support is there then for those students who actually do put up their hands and say, I actually have an idea or I have a need? How do we then huddle together to establish some form of intervention? Second of all, is there a central database for innovation initiatives, either to become a part of or a space where we are able to see where the need is so as to usher in innovation? Early on, someone spoke about, it was actually the speaker Osman that spoke about the minerals and resources. What other alliances that our institutions have with the private sector, for instance, so we can identify and also have our students be exported into those industries. And then also there is still a huge theme, the us versus them in higher education. And I think that sort of like creates resentment from students to the institution and vice versa. And I think the answer really is to communicate. But now, what platforms are there for us to actually come together and to dispel the myth that we cannot work together as institution and students? Thank you.
All right, lovely. So let's do it this way. You are just going to speak where you are, please. Ne? Wandisile will go first. Lukanye will be number 2. And then Yolokazi, you will close it off and take us to lunch.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Mzileni. Now, let me start with the issue of taking up space. It's not it's a simple thing of saying young people must be active, as Yolokas was saying. Wherever you find, wherever young people are in, take up space, whether in university, whether at church, whether in politics, sport, but take up space in a manner that says you force your way in. If the door is closed, you kick it. You know, you force your way in because the systems or the structural systems currently that we have in South Africa and in other countries as well, they tend to alienate young people to the sidelines. You understand? Where you find older people deciding for young people. That old mantra when I'm saying that says, nothing about us without us. That's what I'm saying. Young people take up space and force it. Nobody's going to do you a favor. You understand? I always speak to artists, in particular, who come to the municipality where I work, looking for funding, and they've got an entitlement attitude. And I say to them, nobody owes you anything. Government is responsible for your well-being, but nobody owes you. It is your responsibility to action on what you want and how you want to your life to be. So that's what I meant. Now, on the issue of through the eye of the needle, it's a discussion document that was produced by the ruling party, the ANC, the oldest liberation movement in Africa, Mashele. And I agree when I Pedro, I think one of the things that we need to do, we need to have honest conversations. And part of having an honest conversation is to acknowledge and agree where we had shortfalls. The ANC has good policies, you know, good policies, well-written policies, but fails on implementation, or has failed on implementing some of the things that it wants to do. We need to acknowledge that. What that discussion document is saying that after you have identified this society that you envisage, produce then a cadre or a leadership capable enough of leading us there. That's what it's saying. And it's not an easy task to do. It's difficult to produce leadership that is consistent, grounded. Because one of the dangers that young people must not fall on, this thing of floating around. Because when you float around and not grounded on ideology or a school of thought, you tend to adventure. You move from one pillar to another, and you become a motivational speaker, as Dr. Mzulini was alluding earlier. We don't need motivational speakers. So young people be grounded on ideology and then move from there. Otherwise, we run the risk of adventuring. Yeah, thanks.
Is this on? Thanks, Doc. Let me begin with the one from the floor, and then I'll come back to the one you're asking. Siyabonga, I wasn't saying entrepreneurship per se. I was borrowing in part from my brother, Prince, in being deliberately exaggerating, in order to make a point. The point I was trying to make is not that entrepreneurship in and of itself is unable, that it's not a tool that can be used to respond to the challenges. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is slightly different. It's one that says, if we're saying, and we're looking at the nature of our problems as South Africa, and we say we've got high unemployment, we say we've got many, many problems that we all know, and then we say we must all go start businesses to respond to these problems. That is not the solution to those problems. If you look at our unemployment at the moment, and because this room is so full, there's so many people at university here now, we know the problem we have is not a skills problem. Our unemployment problem is not a skills problem. There are fundamental issues in our economy that are making it impossible to absorb people into the labor market. So directly what I'm saying is this, is that there are opportunities to utilize entrepreneurship to respond to some of these challenges. But to say to a 22-year-old, when you've graduated here, at least the average 22-year-old, that you must start a business at age 22 is actually a very difficult task. The average person is not a Steve Jobs, a Mark Zuckerberg, a Bill Gates, who can simply leave and be able to start a job even without finishing their degree. That's not the truth. And so what I'm trying to dispel with the comment I was making earlier on is that what we've been sold around entrepreneurship is a myth that says anyone can do it, and particularly that you can do it without serious experience and understanding the industry that you're trying to form a business in. That's what I'm trying to say. But the using of entrepreneurship as a tool is certainly a tool that can and ought to be used. Back to you, Dr. Mzileni. Mandela in 94 gives a speech in Tunis at the meeting of the OAU. And the thrust of that speech, he's using the example of, and the reason, I'm not do the background because of time, but he uses the speech that was given by Cato the Elder, who, in response to Carthage, that is now Tunis, or at least was Tunis, what was called Carthage at the time. Cato the Elder says, Carthago delenda est, that Carthage must be destroyed. And why did Carthage need to be destroyed at the time? Carthage was essentially this rival to the Roman Empire. This African city in Tunisia, Tunis. And Hannibal and his forces go all the way up into Rome to fight the Romans. They don't get to take down Rome. The reason Cato says it must be destroyed is because they understood the potential of this African city at the time. And so they then come back and they finish off Carthage and they destroy it. Mandela's speech in 94 essentially says that Carthage must be rebuilt. And I'm going this long way to come back to your question, Doc. That says there was a very systematic desire to destroy Africa. And this is really partly where I disagree with the Prince in around how you think about, even in pre-colonial times, that there was this thriving African city, Carthage, that was a rival city to Rome, the Roman Empire, that they understood the importance of taking down this particular city. And so you're quite correct that the power structures, even in 1994, reflected and resembled this destruction of Africa. And so 1994 was also needed us to respond to those things. What I think we miss often, and this is the last point I'm going to make, because I don't want to take too much time, is that the 1994 moment, which is very different to some other revolutionary moments, was that our 1994 moment was not a complete victory over the enemy. And I think it's something that we miss in our analysis of that moment when we think about that moment through the lens of our recency bias, of thinking about history through this moment. And so part of what you're saying to us, and you're saying to me in your question, is that we need to think about the power structures that are at play. There were equally power structures in 1994 because we were not in a position to defeat the enemy. And so this negotiated settlement required us to respond and act in particular manners in order to appease them, because we did not defeat them. And potentially, the question still remains, have we defeated them to this day? And the answer is no, because of the nature of our revolution. I've offered no solutions to your question and no direct answers to your question. But really to say that our situation requires a grappling with our settler colonialism. We need to grapple with the power structures that existed both internally and externally, and how you respond to our context, not a context that Mignolo writes about in South America, not a context that De Sousa Santos writes about. Our context is fundamentally different to the context that these other people write about, because South America did not grapple with the settler colonialism as we do here. And so as wonderful as the decolonial theory is, it is not rooted in our moment and is not rooted in understanding our particular nature of power structures as well.
Yes. Thank you so much to Dr. Mzileni. Well, I like Lucanyo's last point. Someone said that our colonialism was a special kind because the settlers found space and home in the country that they colonized. But I'll start with your question so I can be able to answer the question that came from the floor on how we unite young people. Now we want to start about knowledge and liberating the mind, right? And oftentimes when we speak about decolonization and decolonizing knowledge, we want to, attempt to sound academic, right? But for me, I always draw inspiration from the community, from where we are, from the taxi rank, from the township, from rural areas, right? Because it's quite important that when we want to decolonize knowledge, we first acknowledge what is our knowledge that currently exists in our communities. Firstly, I want to speak about patriarchy. I'm a woman in South Africa. If I don't speak about dispelling the notion that women are this and that, they can't be this and that, right? One, we have a Vice-Chancellor here that is a female, right? That is doing amazing work. And yet, in the same country, we have people who say, should we have a female president? As if females can't lead, they're not human beings, right? So it's quite important that even when we look at patriarchy, we also decolonize even the lie that has been told that Africans are patriarchal. When we say, oh, black men are so patriarchal, it's a lie. Black men are not patriarchal. They are not inherently patriarchal. They've gotten patriarchy on the way. Because if you've seen how we do our cultures in various, as a Xhosa woman, I know the role of Tabao. You have Rakgadi. You know the role of Rakgadi at your home. And you come here at university and you have to say you women are useless. Don't have a space in our communities. That is decolonizing knowledge. That is what my kind of feminism is. To actually recognize women in their own spaces and with the work that they are doing. Also, the role of young people. Because young people are often said, no, wait and then. But you go to communities, you see how young men organize themselves in a village. They go and dig the hole because they know the responsibility of men in communities. But if you're not going to look at it in that lens, then you won't necessarily be able to decolonize knowledge in the way that you want to do it. And also in terms of reading and writing, I'm very passionate about this one in particular. Because the books that you want to read and the books that you want to quote are often of white people, Westerners, right? But you don't engage the books that are written by our own people. Have you finished a book in Xhosa, if you are Xhosa, or any other book in Sesotho or Tswana? Have you engaged people in their own language and you found something sentimental in what they were saying? But you also want to engage people because if they speak English, you assume they speak sense. And particularly in the continent, I want to draw this knowledge, liberating the mind thing, to the continent. Right now, we have a conundrum in the country. There are people closing clinics, public hospitals, for foreign nationals who are black, right? We're saying that, no, they are finishing the space, the medicine, and everything else. Maybe the conversation is not out of place, but the manner in which we are having the conversation, because we alienate other Africans. We don't see white people as foreigners. We see black Africans as foreigners, right? And yet, the African continent has the free movement in African passport protocol. That has not been ratified. South Africa made a position and said, no, we still want to fix our domestic issues first. So it's important that even the manner in which we see foreigners and we see other Africans, because if we are yet to maybe trade and advance the Africa AFCTA, we want to trade with other Africans. How are we going to do it if we can't go to DRC? If you can't land in DRC with one airline, you must start in Doha and then come back to DRC. If you see other Africans as a makwerekwere, how are you going to advance the Africa you want? How do you then want to advance the continent if you don't see the work of Umama Dlamini Zuma as the former chairperson of the OAU? But we want to see the work of Brexit, of Trump, because a man's world. But if we want to see the work of women, we must read differently, consume knowledge differently, read our history differently, and then we can decolonize knowledge, right? But also now, I want to answer that question, Kabuti Pa, on how young people can actually organize themselves. If we can stop with the fragmentation, because young people, they want to know who are you, where you come from, where do you belong, which political party do you form. Young people are not just depoliticized, you are fragmented. We are fragmented. Which institution you come from? I'm from UFS, I'm from CUT, then we can't engage. Young people must engage, coming from different parts of the world. We devolve power. We don't give power only to politicians, people who say I'm from the FFSC or SASCO. We give power even to people who come from religious organizations or people who come from NECTAS or JCI. Because if you're only going to rely on politicians, you've seen the work they've done for the continent. You've seen what they've done in South Africa. So if you're going to rely on politicians to do the work, you might as well be waiting until our lives are done. So it's important that you organize yourselves as young people where you are. Do not be fragmented. Do not care about this one comes from a different village than me, or this one speaks better English, or this one did a particular degree. Then you are able to conquer and also be part of the struggle. Thank you so much, Pedro.
Thank you very much to Lucanyo, Wandisile, and Yologazi. You may go take your seats. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, this brings us to the end of the morning segment. And I believe now we're right on time for lunch. My role as the program director for the day is also done. Thank you for being so warm towards me. All right, I will now call upon the Division of Student Affairs to tell us how the arrangements for lunch are going to be made. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, colleagues, friends, student leadership. Mine is just logistical arrangement as we are entering a lunch space. I think this course was really reaching its own momentum. And for you is to go and recharge a bit so that you are able to come back at 2:30. But our arrangement will be like this. The front row, who are our guests, you will be served at hotel, school. And then the student leadership from different campuses, universities, the SRC, you'll be served at the basement. The logistics are based on the fact that we have limited space to accommodate all in terms of saving. And the majority of students, please remain. You'll then be served in. Thank you very much. Let's come back at 2:30.
sicinga uba asiqhube ngoku. Those who are still coming, they will find us here. I think it will be proper if we come closer so that we become warm, you know. Colleagues on the pink, is this cream white chairs? Please join the black chairs here. There's even water for you. Come closer. Let's love one another so that we have an intimate engagements. Singabusaphuma siyaphi ngoku. Siza ngapha siye emva. Yes, let's settle down so that we start. My name is Olani Kohliso. If you are struggling to pronounce my surname, kungcono uthi Faku, uzayiva kangcono. Basically, I'm here to relieve our good doctor, Dr. Petro. He has been doing a great job since the morning, so we thought it's going to be proper that we relieve him to enjoy the comfort of black chairs like the rest of us. I'm going to facilitate this session. We must appreciate the opportunity and also greet once again the Executive Director in the Office of the VC, Dr. Choice Makheta. I know the protocol has been observed, but now we are coming from lunch. We are still full. So the chair of the local organizing committee, Dr. Sebake, the Dean of Students, and your entire leadership, our guests, our keynote speakers, our panelists, you know, facilitators, we truly appreciate your presence. And we appreciate your presence, students. If I was in another life, I was going to say, Buwa mtomusha buwa. Kuluma mtomusha kuluma. Teta mtomsha teta. Teta mtomsha teta. Viva mtomsha viva. Before Dr. Sebake removed me from this podium, let me behave. Colleagues, we are going to enter into this short session to engage on a very important question or important title, which reads as, or the theme which reads as reflecting on the policy environment as a strategic enabler for equal distribution of political economy, lessons for intergeneration of youth in Africa. So as we prepare ourselves, this is a very important question or important theme that we need to engage on. We always talk about our inclusion, our involvement on matters of policy, our voices. We, in our unit, coordinating the student voice, student experience, feedback, we always emphasize the importance of including all the voices in our policies, in our frameworks, that are shaping our operations, that are shaping the kind of work that we do. So it is very important that today we are going to engage on that very same question at a broader level. And, you know, it's always a question of how much we get involved in such debates, in such, contributions. You know, to ask a simple question, for example, just now we had a call for constitution review. How many of us has made contribution to that constitution review, and there are so many public policies that are being, advertised by different government gazettes and from different departments. The question is, how involved are we in those processes as young people? It is always important to emphasize that beyond standing in the podium and say viva, standing in the podium and demonstrate how we can be a defiant voice, but we need to also act. We also need to engage on matters that requires our intellectual contribution. So having said that, I'm preparing yourselves as we have one of our keynote who's going to give us an address on, I see she's looking at me, a public lecture, so to say. When you are put alone, you don't know whether to say you are giving a lecture, you are giving a public lecture, or you are giving a keynote, because obviously you are not one of the panel members who had a discussion. But accept whatever that I'm giving you, or the name that I'm giving you, or to your address. We're going to read her profile, which is already in your programs. I don't know, I was asking her whether to call her outgoing member of NYDA or former NYDA member, but she clarified me. So she remains a board member of NYDA in good standing until Thursday, 12 midnight. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Pearl Pillay, who is a youth development specialist based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I'm not sure why she had to indicate South Africa, but she will tell you. She holds a master's degree in political studies from the University of Witwatersrand. She is currently the managing director of Youth Lab, a youth development organization working to improve youth civil education and participation. She has also been appointed by the President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa to serve on the board of the National Youth Development Agency, as well as the National Planning Commission, where she serves as the commissioner responsible for youth. She would be engaging with us this afternoon. Prepare questions. We must know what is it that they have done as NYDA as well to advocate for our involvement as youth in policy development, in policy direction, and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Pearl Pillay a round of applause.
Can you guys see me? I can barely see you. It's a little bit awkward. Good afternoon, everyone. That's crazy. Good afternoon, everyone. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. If you can hear my voice, clap 10 times. Faster, 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 faster. This is what they call the graveyard shift. If I'm a little bit tired, please bear with me because I drove from Johannesburg this morning. It has not been a fun time. Thank you for showing up after lunch. I also almost didn't make it back myself. I'm very happy to be here. As was introduced already, I am an outgoing board member of the NYDA. As of last week, the president decided that I don't need a job anymore. And so until Thursday, we are still the current board. So any NYDA compliments, you can direct at me as the outgoing board. If you have any NYDA complaints, I'm leaving. Take it up with the new people. Okay. So today let's see. Do I need to play my presentation myself or? No? Yeah, can we flight? It's flighting on my end. Oop. Sorry, technology is not my friend. Thank you. Okay, so today I've been given an hour. I'm not going to take an hour. If I knew it was a public lecture, I would have sent an invoice. What I want to talk about is the policy environment that we operate in as young people, right? And I know sometimes, especially as students, you hear about policy and you're like, this has got actually nothing to do with me. I don't know why we're hearing about these things. Policy is super boring. It's written in very alienating language, and it kind of sits up there in government, right? And so today, what I would like to do is maybe bridge that gap a little bit and talk about why it's important for us to be involved in policy, but also what the policy landscape currently looks like. So for context, we have what's called the National Development Plan. Can you raise your hand if you have not heard of the National, shame. If you have heard of the National Development Plan, please raise your hand. One person. And okay, are you guys lying? Great, this means myself and 26 other commissioners have not done our job. So we have the National Development Plan, which you would see it every time you go to a government event. There's a little NDP logo at the bottom of all the slideshows, all the banners, everything. The National Development Plan is South Africa's plan for 18 years, so from 2012 until 2030. And it sets out government's main priorities to develop the country, right? And so all of the other policy documents that are written, all of the other programs, all of the other plans have to be in alignment with the National Development Plan. So it's the topmost development plan we have for the country, right? The term of that plan ends in 2030. And so currently the Planning Commission is in the process of writing the new National Development Plan, which should take us until 2050. As young people, we have 3 other policy documents that are very important. The first is the National Youth Policy, and as you can see, it runs from 2020 to 2030. So the end of the National Youth Policy in its current form coincides with the end of the National Development Plan. We have the Medium-Term Development Plan, which is kind of an operations plan from government, and it sits from 2024 to 2029. And then you've got the Integrated Youth Development Strategy. The Integrated Youth Development Strategy is essentially, you know how you have a recipe, right? And you've got the ingredients, that's the National Development Plan. And then you've got the actual method, that's the IYDS. So it's developed by the National Youth Development Agency, and it's meant to be the roadmap for how the National Youth Policy is going to be implemented. The term for the current IYDS just ended at the end of June, and the NYDA is in the process of developing the next IYDS. If you would like information on where that process stands, talk to the new board, because I'm not there anymore. So the National Youth Policy sits under the custodianship of the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. And it outlines 5 key priority areas. So the first is quality education, skills, and second chances, which you guys in this room would be particularly concerned about. The second is economic transformation, entrepreneurship, and job creation. The third is the promotion of physical and mental health. The fourth is social cohesion and nation building. And the fifth is an effective and responsive youth development machinery. That's kind of what I want to focus on for today's discussion. This is a very boring slide that you don't have to read, but it would be fun if you do. What I've done in this slide is we've looked at the midterm development plan and the National Youth Policy to see if when government is crafting its plans, right? The MTDP is the thing that guides budgets. It's our main sort of operational document, right? When government writes this ops plan, are they thinking about young people, right? And so what I've done in this slide is I've looked at all of the youth-specific interventions that sit in the MTDP to see if they align with the National Youth Policy. Now, for those of you that have not read the MTDP, I can completely understand why. It's a very long document. And so the first thing I want to point out is for the strategic priority 1, which is driving inclusive growth and job creation, this is everything it says that has to do with young people in a document that is over 150 pages long. And so what I want us to think about is when government policy is being made, when people are thinking about the priorities that our country should focus on, if young people are not one of the main focus areas, why is that, right? Is it a fault of government? Is it that we just don't have sufficient leaders who are championing young people? Is it that we have young people who are not involved enough to make their voices heard and to make a meaningful contribution towards policy? Is it a combination of both? I want you to think about that so that we can talk about it afterwards. So the MTDP has set out 3 strategic priorities, right? And so, like I said, I've put out the youth-specific interventions on this document. What is encouraging, right? Because I know we can look at this and sometimes it's like, our problems are outnumbering us. But what is positive is that it is very consistent and clear about the need to mainstream youth, women, and people with disability throughout the plan. But in the document that is 154 pages long, these are the only interventions that mention youth specifically. And I'll tell you another thing that is quite scary. In the National Development Plan, which is 486 pages long, let's say 500, if you type out all of the sentences that say the word youth in the National Development Plan, you will fill up 1 page. You guys are supposed to go, do it. Say, thank you. It will fill up 1 page, which is a scary thought, right? Because if you think about it, we know that young people are the majority demographic in this country. So how is it that the main development plan that is meant to mold how we develop over the next, well, now 5 years, only has a page that's dedicated to young people? And so this is why these other documents are important, right? Because you only get an NDP once every 20 years. But your youth policies, your MTDPs, those things renew every election cycle, basically. And so you have crucial opportunities in other policy levels, I guess, to contribute for young people, because the ones right at the top, they're not thinking about us the way they should be. So I'm not going to go through this whole slide, right? But I want to touch on the proposals that specifically relate to us in the room, which is the PYEI, the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. You guys would see sayouth.mobi sitting outside. For sayouth.mobi, we've had 4 million registered young people, right? And this is people that have completed registration end to end. We've only had 1 million opportunities that have been created, or 1 million placements. Now, when you look at it on its own, it's like, wow, 1 million people, that's really good. But out of 4 million people, that means there are 3 million people that have sat on this platform that's very important, but there are no opportunities, right? It shows us 2 things. One, it shows us the demand, that this thing about young people are apathetic, young people just want instant gratification is untrue, because 4 million of us put our hands up and joined this platform. But we have to figure out where that mismatch is, right? Why is it that where you have 4 million people sitting and waiting and ready for work, you're only able to provide 1 million opportunities? The second thing I wanted to highlight is the National Youth Service. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. But the National Youth Service saw 100,000 placements in the first 3 years, or the first 3 phases of the program. And we've approved initially 40,000 for phase 4. So it's interesting, I think, to note that even though the MTDP has priority sectors, there's very little youth-specific interventions for each of those sectors, right? Particularly the economy. It talks about a lot of institutionalization of
existing programs, but there's not a lot of new ideas that are coming out on how to, one, fix the unemployment program specifically for young people, but then to also deal with the 10 million of us that are sitting at home, not in employment, education, or training, which we call NEET. One of the examples, I think, and it sits in this section either, is there's a section in this plan called on the energy and the just transition. And if you think about the just transition, it's a very future-focused sector, right? If you're thinking about a future-focused sector, the people that should be at the helm of that thinking is young people. And yet in the entire section around climate, energy, and the just transition, there isn't a single intervention for youth. So that's meant to depress you. I hope that worked. Strategic priority 2 is on reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. As it relates to young people, it focuses very heavily on education, which makes sense, given our unemployment rate and our NEET rate. But there aren't clear targets set around young people and poverty. Now, an example of this is, we all talk about the SRD, right? And there's a lot of very conflicting views on the need for that 350, 370, right? And you have people going, well, we shouldn't be giving people free money, and you've got other people going, well, we do need a universal basic income, it's very important. The research around the SRD has shown that in many, many households, that 350, when it was 350, was the difference between families starving and not. So when we think about the SRD grant specifically, I know the inclination is to go, oh, well, it's not a lot of money to you, right? But it has been critically important in addressing starvation and malnourishment in a lot of households around the country. And so then it begs the question that if you have all of this empirical data about the importance of the SRD, why is it that you don't have youth-specific targets around reducing poverty? One of the outcome indicators for this priority area is reducing the percentage of people who live below the food poverty line. Yet, none of the indicators speak specifically to the poverty that's experienced by child and youth-headed households, which actually makes up almost 20% of the poorest households in South Africa. And so what I'm trying to show you in this, right, is that we have a very large misalignment between what's happening in reality, what's happening at high-level policy making, right? And as young people, we bear the brunt of reality. We don't bear the brunt of policy, right? And so I want to show you where the mismatch is so that when we talk about at the end what we're meant to do about it, you have some context. The last thing on this slide is the exclusion of young people in the section around building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, which is priority area number 3. I did not put a slide up on it because it says nothing about youth on there, so it didn't make sense to include it here. But it shows us a very big missed opportunity, right? Because that section is saying the state is the largest employer in the country. One of the reasons why services aren't being delivered and why things are the way they are is because the state is not capable, right? We need to professionalize our public service. We need to build a capable state. How do you do that if you don't imagine young people fitting into that? Especially because the state employs so many young people as well, right? What I've done here is I've set out the specific targets and indicators that these policy documents have included. So for example, on increased employment and work opportunities, the indicator is how many jobs have been created or sustained. The target is 3.8 million jobs by 2030. And some of the interventions that they're including is looking at the number of students placed in workplace-based learning. Now, I'm gonna problematize this for a second, right? Because I want us to think about how we look at unemployment in this country. When we talk about reducing unemployment, we seem to not be able to think outside internships. We say we're creating these placement programs and we're going to place interns. You're gonna be there for 6 months, you're gonna be there for a year, and afterwards, good luck, God bless, goodbye, right? Because there's a new cohort of young people that need an internship. And I know earlier we had a nice controversial conversation about entrepreneurship. To add to that, please don't fight me, internships are also not the thing that's going to solve unemployment, right? Not at all. On average, for a young person to find gainful employment in their lifetime, they go through 7 internships. That's almost, if it's a year-long internship, that is 7 years of your life where you are making photocopies and taking minutes. Because the other thing about it is our internships aren't valuable work opportunities, right? You bring in an intern and you go, oh, what are all the dirty work that we don't actually want to do? Just get the interns to do it. So we're not even thinking about what is a valuable internship experience, right? What skills does a young person need when they enter the workplace? What skills do they have when they leave so that when they go to their next opportunity, they're useful? And so it's interesting that they're saying 3.8 million jobs by 2030, but one of the main indicators for this intervention is internships, right? And again, it shows that the way policymakers are thinking about unemployment, you can see when people have not spoken to young people a day in their lives, right? Because I don't think there's any young person in the room today, this very full room today, who is saying the way to solve unemployment is an internship. Similarly, the conversation around entrepreneurship. So in the National Development Plan, it says that by 2030, 75% of our jobs must come through entrepreneurs. So either people starting their own business and then employing everyone. 75% of our jobs is meant to come from entrepreneurs. This is when we all start booing, because there's no world in which that makes sense, right? And the reasons is not because entrepreneurship is hard, right? Entrepreneurship is hard everywhere. It's not because everyone can't be the next Zuck. South Africa is one of the countries in the world in which it is most difficult to do business, right? Our stats tell us that within the first 3 years of registration, 75% of businesses fail. So, my question is, because the thing we're talking about is alignment, right? If we're saying we want the bulk of our jobs to come from entrepreneurship, but then we're also the country in which it's one of the most difficult places to do business in, are the combos communicating? No, they're not. But this is now a policy issue, right? Because our policy is saying entrepreneurship, but anyone that has smelt entrepreneurship in communities will tell you none of that makes sense. So we have a mismatch, right? I'm going to skip over this. So, because we must not be depressed all the time. This presents us with a bunch of challenges, obviously, but it also gives us a lot of opportunities, right? The National Youth Policy, for example. The policy term end is linked to the end of the current NDP, which is positive because it means that in crafting a new national youth policy, the new national youth policy and the new NDP must speak to each other in a way that they currently don't, right? The second thing is that the Department of Everyone Except Men, I can say all of these things now because my job is over, so they can't tell me who's gonna check me, no one. But the Department of Everyone Except Men has finally you guys can't laugh, has finally formed a steering committee to actually review the national youth policy, because a fun fact is that throughout all of the years of us having a national youth policy, they've never reviewed it. So when they write a new policy, you don't know why, because they don't know what went wrong in the first policy to inform the second policy. It's a great time there in government, guys. The next national youth policy challenge we have, or opportunity, is that the M&E framework, which has taken us about 3 years to find, has finally been developed and adopted by Cabinet. Now, why this is important is because in every iteration of the national youth policy before this, they didn't have an M&E framework. For those who don't know what M&E is, it's monitoring and evaluation. So it's a thing that says, for this policy to be considered successful, these are the things we are looking for. Now, those things have never been there. So when we say we've had a very effective national youth policy, what is it based on? Nobody knows. But now we have an M&E framework, so wonderful, claps for them. However, in the policy and in the monitoring and evaluation framework, they don't have any targets and they don't have any benchmarks. So they've got very high-level indicators, but what that actually means in the finer details is not there. But let's look at it as an opportunity to develop these things, right? Especially given that we've got a new integrated youth development strategy that must be. We're trying to be optimistic, okay. The medium-term development plan has good intentions and very clear intentions to mainstream youth. In every section of that document, it talks about mainstreaming young people, and we haven't had a policy document that's been as emphatic about mainstreaming youth and women, right? So that's very positive. There's an opportunity for those targets to then be aligned with the national youth policy. Now, the point I'm making by this whole rant that I'm on currently is that the three main policies that deal with young people in South Africa don't speak to each other at all. We have massive policy incoherence. And this is why I think this conversation is important, because we have to figure out as young people, when all of our machinery is not fitting together, right? You guys are university students, you know about gears, and I guess you know about cars. So gears, right? You've got all the gears that fit together and they interlock. And when one spins, everything spins. Now, our youth development machinery as it stands, all of the gears are not actually connected to each other, which is why the car is not moving, right? The last thing on this is the IYDS. So the term ended this year. And so we have opportunities, right? With all of these policy terms ending, we have opportunities to create new policy that actually speaks to each other, right? And that's where you come in. Because what does this have to do with any of us? So I want to talk about the National Youth Service. And since this is my very last engagement as a member of the NYDA, I'm going to talk about my favorite program in the NYDA. So the National Youth Service is the largest youth service program in Africa. It is also one of the only youth service programs of its kind in the world. So very good program, very good to support. What it does is it places young people into community service opportunities, paid community service opportunities. The idea behind it, when we were thinking about revitalizing this program, is we sit and we know that civil society is the bedrock of our communities, right? Things don't happen without community organizations. But when we think about, like I was speaking earlier about internship programs, for example, it relies heavily on the private sector, right? We don't have a lot of work that is civil society focused. And so what it also means, as someone who does work in civil society, we know the resource constraints we have at civil society level. We know how difficult it is for your work to be sustainable just because of a lack of capacity, because who has money to employ the actual amount of people you need to help your organization do the work it needs to do? And so the NYS aims to kind of bridge that gap. So all of our placements is for young people to work in civil society organizations. And the aim is to then grow the capacity of civil society, which is why we've also created an NPO capacity building program. So all of the organizations that form part of the National Youth Service get incubated. And then you have young people having the opportunity to get work experience through service. We are currently recruiting for phase 4. If you go to nyda.gov.za, shameless plug, and you want to be a part of the program, applications are currently open. We are aiming to place 20,000 people under phase 4. But in the first 3 years, we placed 100,000 people. What I want to highlight is phase 3. We just wrapped up phase 3 at the end of April. We had 210,000 applications. Valid applications. It was about 400,000 in total for 20,000 opportunities with only 6,000 transitions. Now, if you're asking me inside the NYDA, we're very happy about that 6,000 because let me tell you something, we were fighting for our lives to get those transitions. But as a young person outside looking at that, you're going, wait, you had 20,000 people and only 6,000 of them actually got opportunities? It's crazy. Right? But the reason isn't that there aren't enough young people. The reason is that we don't have absorption skills, number one. So you'll have a Vodacom, for example, that will come on board, and they're happy to take in interns, but they're not happy to employ those interns afterwards, right? So our transition rate remains low because, by and large, the partners that sign onto these programs are signing on with the intention of having this revolving door of labor. Right? And so they're not trying to onboard people because why would I do a cost to company of 100,000 Rand say, for example, when I could be getting an intern for free that the NYDA is going to pay. And that's why that model is not sustainable, right? Even though the numbers are wonderful. So there's a lack of coherence between policy and practice. That's the first thing, right? That's what all these slides are meant to show you. The second thing is that our budgets are not youth sensitive at all, right? I think Yolo will also tell you about this. They're not gender sensitive either, but since I'm a youth person, I'm not going to talk about gender today. They're not youth sensitive. When you look at the way money is allocated, right, it is shocking how little young people are considered. So we speak at the NYDA. So the NYDA sits under the Department of Women and everyone else, right? The department gets its budget. The NYDA gets 75% of the department's budget. So when you look at the department and you go, I don't think you guys are doing enough work, it's because they don't have money, because they give us all their money. And then you have the Commission for Gender Equality, which also sits under there, and they get 10% of the budget from the department. So again, if you look at the CGE and you go, you guys aren't really doing enough, it's because they don't have money, right? 75% of that budget sounds big, it's R1 billion. For context, our outgone NYDA CEO is now the acting CEO of NSFAS. And if you tell him I told you this, I'll deny it. But he said to us, we said, we need to do some work with NSFAS, we need to figure out how the NYDA can be involved in capacitating NSFAS. And he said, you guys and your spaza shop budget. Listen, it hurt. But it was true, because in government terms, R1 billion is not a lot of money. For example, to give you context, the National Youth Service in its first year placed 50,000 people. The budget was 600 million rand to do that, right? It costs a lot of money to run scaled projects, right? To have a real impact. And all we get is R1 billion, right? When you compare it to other budgets, you see that the money that's invested to young people is actually minuscule, right? And so how are you meant to do all of this work when you're not actually being resourced and supported? The third thing I want to talk about is the private sector, right? Because whenever we talk about entrepreneurship, whenever we talk about unemployment, we talk about the private sector like they're a secret, right? Like you can't say anything too bad about them because, oh my God, what if they leave? Okay, cool. The private sector has been an incredible stumbling block to youth work, right? Because the private sector doesn't think they owe us anything. And I know there was a comment earlier. I'm not trying to fight anyone, but we can if you want to. I'm from KZN, so Mkonazi will catch you. The private sector, number one, they have a deep, deep mistrust of government, right? Which also doesn't make sense because the reasons they hate the government is the same things that they do, right? You hear about, government is so corrupt because the private sector is super clean, right? And so what it looks like is excuses because you don't want to put your hand up. And we enable the private sector to do that by not expecting anything of them. So the conversation about nobody owes you anything, I would like to push back against that because actually we are owed a lot as young people, right? Democracy has made promises. And the thing about promises is that they have to be kept. And for us, I think, in thinking about a way forward, right, I'm gonna wrap in a moment, is we as young people, I'm saying we because I'm also still young, I'm not Lucanio's age. We as young people need to behave like our government owes us something because they do, right? Because that's what democracy is. It's government saying, participate in these ways, show up at elections, be part of parliamentary processes, be part of your ward committees, be an active citizen, and in return, these are the things we're going to give you. Now, part of what I think has completely collapsed our citizenry is this narrative that government doesn't owe us anything, and so we must move in that fashion. But if we think about it in our personal lives, right? If someone owes you money, someone owes you 10,000 rand, do you sit at home and go, oh wow, they owe me money, they should probably pay me back? Do you just think about it and manifest that the money is going to come back? Personally, when someone owes me money and they've taken a while to pay me back, I just send them my banking details, just in case they forgot. But you ask, you inquire, right? If they don't pay you, you go and you tell your other friends, don't trust that person, they took money from me, they didn't pay me back, right? There's accountability, there's actual motion from you because you know that you have invested something and you have to get your return. It is the same thing with our democracy, right? We have invested freedom, we have invested power, we have invested agency, and we have to get back the spoils of democracy. And as young people, if we move like government owes us something, we can create a better relationship with accountability than I think we currently have. And so to wrap, what does this have anything to do with us? We have to get involved, right? And I know it sounds very fluffy, but we really, really do. How many of us in the room has heard of the Parliamentary Monitoring Group, the PMG? By show of hands. Great, 1, 2 people, 3 people, fantastic. The PMG is a group that sits in every single session of Parliament. On their website, they will tell you, this committee sat, this is who was present, this is who was absent, this is what they spoke about, these are what decisions were made, right? It is a watchdog for Parliament. If we don't interact with that, we don't know what's happening in Parliament. We don't know which MPs are not attending meetings, right? When you watch the National Assembly, it's always funny when you see people falling asleep during a session. But there's actual accounts of who is not attending meetings, who was not prepared for a meeting, who was late, what contributions did each MP make. We have a responsibility to know that, right? Wherever you live, there's a member of Parliament that is in charge of your constituency. Do you know who those people are? Probably not. But that's a resource, right? Because that's the person, essentially, you didn't choose them, but they're representing you at Parliament. And so there's little things, right? Because I think sometimes we sit and we look at the state and we go, there's so much happening, there's so much that needs to be done. What am I supposed to do in my small area, right? I can't make a difference. And in a lot of ways, that might be true. But there are a lot of ways in which it's not. And part of it means looking at organizations like the PMG and interacting with their work. It also means putting your hand up when there are policy processes that happen. Part of the reason why all of those tables look the way they do is because when there is a call for public submissions, there's so little that comes back. So people are making decisions because we've decided we don't have an opinion, which is not true because I know we all have opinions, right? Currently, you've got the whole thing about Starlink because, you know, Elon wants to come back home because he's going through a breakup and now he needs to be here and he wants to give us his internet and it's really terrible. And now there's this whole thing about whether we should let Starlink operate by relaxing our BEE laws. Do you guys think that's a good idea? It's not. Have you sent a submission to tell them so? You see what I mean? It's small things that we can do, right? I'm going to close with an example about why it's so important for us to interact with policy and the changes it could make. The National Youth Policy, the current term is 2020 to 2030, right? Before that, the term was 2015 to 2020. So when that term of the policy ended, they had to write a new one. My organization that I work at when I'm not here does a lot of work around taking big policy documents and making them readable, right? Because no one's trying to read those things. And so I was sitting with the draft of the new policy to kind of summarize it and, you know, put out infographics and do all of those cute things. And as I was reading it, I was like, this looks really familiar. Why do I feel like I've read it before? And then I opened the old policy, and I put the old policy and the draft new policy next to each other. Friends, they were exactly the same. I heard you guys said, wow, exactly. So what they had done is they said, these people are not going to notice. We're just going to take the old policy, copy and paste, change the date, keep it moving. And also extend the term, because a 5-year policy then became a 10-year policy. And so what we did at civil society is we mobilized. We got in touch with the portfolio committee that oversees the department, and we said, Oaks, this is a copy and paste document. It's out for public submission, for public comment, but how do we comment on a document that's literally the same as the last one? Parliament then called in the department, lashed them, and said, go do this again. And they did. And now we have a youth policy that is not that much different from the old one, if we're being honest, but it's not a copy and paste document, right? They had to do a little bit more work. Engaging with Parliament makes a difference, right? Putting your hands up and saying, this is not our experience as young people, makes a difference. And I know when you think about policy, we think, oh, it's so high level, it's so far away from us. It's not. Because that policy is the difference between whether or not you apply for an internship or you apply for a job. And as people who kind of experience those realities, I think we have a big responsibility on our hands. Yeah? Cool, I'm gonna stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pearl, for that insightful presentation. Yeah, drink water as they prepare questions. Colleagues will invite you now to engage with the presentation. It could be a contribution, it could be a question. She is indeed in the hot seat, waiting for you. Where are the marshals with the mics? I see there are quite a few hands. Okay, we'll start there, the second row. Sol Plaki, and then can we note hands first before you take the platform? Okay, at the back there. Oh, all right, it's yourself. And by the camera there, we've got 2 hands there, 3, 4. Is your hand still up? Okay, and then we come this side. Bradley, and then my brother, and then we end here at the front, okay? In that order.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Pillay, and to the floor at large. So I basically do not have a question, it's a comment. So I want to commend you for on your presentation, for actually showing what the youth is really going through, the realities of us as young people. So with the presentation and what you've mentioned, it's very disturbing because I had a conversation with my colleagues earlier on, and it was centered around us being tired of hearing the whole conversation around take up spaces, break through the doors. It's very easy to tell someone to do that, but how many spaces are you availing to us? I mean, yes, we can force ourselves into these spaces, but again, it's not that easy for us as young people, especially when it comes to these planning commissions and also us contributing to new policies. Young people are really not represented in these settings where policies are being reviewed or policies are being developed. And when you mentioned about the statistics around the 420,000 spaces, applications that you received, and you were only able to take 20,000, and on that 20,000, only 6,000 transitions happened. It's really concerning. And we come from a province, the Northern Cape, that really contributes a lot to natural resources. And with that, it's being exploited so much that we do not hold the private sector accountable. And I liked what you mentioned, that we shouldn't shy away from the fact that the private sector actually owes us something, as much as the public sector owes us a lot, but the private sector is taking a lot from us. And there's this project in the Northern Cape that's happening now in Bochum on renewable energy. And with that, it needs us as young people to be trained and to also contribute to a lot, because the future of South Africa lies with its resources. Africa as a whole lies within its resources. And the minute we take accountability that we have something that the outside world doesn't have, they actually need us and we do not need them, that's when we will reshift our mindsets into actually creating the Africa that we need that's going to be sustainable. So I'm just very concerned with the way things are moving in terms of conversations, in saying that we need to empower youth by telling them to take up spaces. But in actual fact, you're not opening those doors for us. We have to always fight to be heard. It's really tiring because that future is our future and we will be holding that future, but we can't hold it because right now we have people who are sitting in higher positions who have attachment issues. And that is a problem because right now you are planning our future and we want to also be able to plan our future our way, in a way that's going to be sustainable and that's also going to be sustainable for the economy, that's going to create employment for everyone. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greeting to the House at large. My name is Mashele and I'm a student here at CUT and a member of the MKSM party here at CUT. So I heard Ms. Pillay say that the NYDA was having different phases of the development and also finding people to put them in the different firms. So what I wanted to ask is that if the NY and the National Youth Service is having different phases in like the NYDA itself, what do you think should be done differently for firms to be able to keep the youth in the companies that are placed in? Because now I am also a student that is from Mutawativet College, and we almost got placed into the maritime industry. I did 2 years at Mutawativet College. I did freight forwarding and supply chain management, and I still didn't get placed. So what is the National Youth Service doing for students who are also qualified to work in the placements in the way they were supposed to? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day to the House at large. My name is Nkosifezile and I'm from CUT Welcome Campus. My question is, if you were, forgive my English, when I'm in front of people I get really nervous. So my question is, if you were not leaving the board, were you going to criticize the government the way you're criticizing it now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am J.R. Mabunda, a student at Welcome Campus, and a member of a cult organization. You know, when we hear about the word NYDA, it's stressful to us as the youth of South Africa, given the recent developments regarding the appointments of board members. So I'm worried. If you make it to the second term, I'll come and shake your hand. My first question is, I think one of the speakers spoke about people suffering from attachment. And my question is in relation to that. Given the corruption that is in the NYDA recently, it's what we know now. Possibly there is more to it. Like, how do you then, as a board member, bring us as the youth of South Africa into confidence to say, indeed, the opportunities that you are offering are evenly and fairly offered to the youth of South Africa? Because I'm one person who also applied for what you call Youth Mobi. You know, with Youth Mobi, we always get the opportunities. I feel like they're selective. They're selective. You're Geta's son, you're not Geta's son. The opportunities that we always get are, I don't know what do they call those people who stand by the robots and sell insurance, in which are not related to what I've maybe installed on your Mobi to say I'm qualified for 1 and 2. It's like you are I'm saying I'm a teacher and you're taking me to a law firm. It doesn't make sense. And also, another question is with policy. Because I saw you're speaking about policy. My question again is, how do you then ensure that you incorporate the youth input into your policy making and designs of program to ensure that whatever the youth needs are then catered for? And also in terms of your opportunities, how do you then offer them to remote areas such as rural areas? Because now what I know about with Youth SA, normally you then have to apply online. For the youth that are in rural areas who cannot access such IT tools, how do you get to reach to them, those youth? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, it's me again, Bradley. I did ask a few questions in the first segment, but unfortunately they were not answered. But no stress, no worries. We will just move on. There's a quote by Dr. Rua Benjamin in her Imagination, a manifesto, where she says, rather than serving as engines of inequality, could we imagine schools that incubate a better world in the minds and hearts of young people? Right? I think my colleague from Solplaatje actually mentioned earlier on the how. We hear all of these conversations about we need to be like breaking the glass ceiling, or we need to be doing more, we need to be taking up space, etc. But the question is always how. We are done fighting. We don't want to be striking anymore, right? We want to be having valuable conversations where we can actually sit around a table and exchange meaningfully. And then thereafter, there needs to actually be some form of accountability. And you also mentioned that, Ms. Pillay, accountability that actually says in the next month, 2 months, 3 months, 7 months, 7 years, this is going to be transpiring. And then we need to be getting the feedback that says this has been done, right? I was also a dream scholar. Well, I am a dream scholar for 2025. And there was a common theme that was mentioned in the room, right? You cannot be making a decision for me without me. My voice is important. However, I mentioned earlier on, resentment will brew and there will be a back and forth tug because we are not being heard. We don't want to fight, we just want to simply contribute. So what does that look like? Is there a space where we can actually go as youth, where we can see which opportunities there are, which innovations are currently being done, so that we are able to see and identify with those opportunities, or if there's a gap, then we can fill the shoes that need to be filled, right? And as a result, we will be taking that kind of ownership. And then secondly, after we have then identified, this is now where institutions also come on board as well. How are we then supported? If it's going to be resources that need to be given, how can we give those resources? If it's monetary value, how do we give that? If it's supervision, how do we get that, right? So that we do not start something and then end it, but it's incomplete. And therefore, it is not sustainable. And now we get hopeless, and now we are going back to square one. We need to support one another. Once again, we are tired of fighting. We've done that, and that is literally the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. We want meaningful engagements, and we want to see change. Have conversations with us, about us, for us. Thank you.
Yes, the guy in purple.
I think he has given me the opportunity. My name is Sheila Molekwa, and I'm here.
Yeah, now you are messing up my order, but it's fine. You were supposed to be the last person, but continue. Ladies first.
Oh, I'm sorry. the marshal here has
It's okay.
awarded me the mic. And
All
I
right.
guess it's even funny because I'm not even a youth anymore, way past that. And yeah, but anyway, I'm just interested in understanding whether there's any processes in place for the handover process, because I think, you know, as you were presenting, you were just touching on the important elements. You've reviewed policies, you managed to pick up where things, you know, were not talking to one another, everything that you presented. And I think before you, there was a board that served. And now, was it not? Or you were the first ones? Oh, okay. So I guess then but then the question is more around the handover process, because you have started something, and if you don't come back onto the board, then who's gonna take over to ensure that the things that you have picked up can actually be taken through and implementation can also take place? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Tyson, and I come from a media house called CTFM. Pale, I had a lot of questions for you, but now you've reiterated it very much frequently that you're leaving the board, and you know what, our frustrations, we shouldn't take them out on you. So I guess I'll be just wasting my time if I go to those ones regarding the NYDA itself. But now, you also mentioned a very much important topic of the entrepreneurship versus the stats of the viability of the young people or South Africa as a whole to, you know, venture into that path and its impossibilityness, which I think it was Mr. Lucanio who also, you know, tried to do away with that notion. This is after Mr. Prince came here and gave us a serious motivation, which was not realistic at all, which was really not realistic, because he also started from somewhere. He acts like, or he speaks like somebody that came out of university, and right away he started businesses and he started employing people, whereas, you know, he was working for government and very serious portfolio. Writing those speeches, you get serious money for writing a speech for a president, and you need that money for you to start a business. So I think you literally also put a stamp on that's really not true. We have to be honest. Let's be realistic on how we go about that. So I want to ask you then, since you have made that discovery that this is the problem that we have for the period that you've been serving in that board, have you come up with a solution to that? Have you implemented some structures that are going to, you know, cure those fractured systems? Because clearly you've made a research and you were able to notice that this is a problem that we have. Or did you just come as well and decide that, you know, now that I'm leaving, I'm gonna talk about these problems? I noticed them, but now I'm gonna leave them to the incoming board. Also, as you speak, I can seriously and earnestly hear that you can break down information so that it can be palatable. And the question is, what also have you done? Unlike him, Mr. Prince, with him, remember, he was just writing speeches, unfortunately, so he didn't have much work to do. But with you, you were directly involved in making sure that such information is accessible to the young people. What is it that you've done to make sure that the information, for instance, with the PMG, I doubt that the number of students that were here when the session started know what that even is. I doubt they even know that the website exists. So since you also managed to check the policies that were written from the previous term and the term right after that one, and you managed to compare them and you saw that there's nothing that has changed here besides the years, is there something that you did to make sure that the young people are now, this whole thing is brought to their attention and they understand the importance of it? Because you just asked us right now in the room if we all want Starlink to come to South Africa, and majority of us said no. And you asked, did we make that submission? Well, I bet that majority of us did not even know that we could make that submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. I'm happy, Dr. Sebake, you made Prince to be the first speaker because he made sure that he's challenging all of us here to think differently than him. I'm going to allow you to respond to questions. I believe you have managed to capture all of them. There were not so many, it's just that there were many preambles in between. So the platform is yours.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Hey, it really is a hot seat, guys. Woo. Okay. So let me first address the questions about myself. Would I criticize if I was not leaving? To that, I will say, check my Twitter account. Part of my inclusion in the board is that I bring many years of civil society experience, but I've also been one of the people that has been extremely vocal criticizing the NYDA since. And it was a question they even asked me in my interview is they said, oh, you seem to really hate the NYDA and you've now put your hand up to serve. And the response I gave was, yes, exactly, right? Because you can't hate from outside the club. So the short answer is yes, I would still be as critical of both the NYDA and the government as I have continued to be before, during, and after the 4 years that I've been at the agency. There was a question about the handover process. So to give you some context about the board, we were appointed this November 2021, and a board term is 3 years. Prior to us being appointed, the NYDA didn't have a board for 2 years. And the reason for that is that the term of the previous board had lapsed, and at the time, the NYDA Act didn't allow for an interim board to be put in place, which meant that if the term of the NYDA was over and a new board, and Parliament hadn't finished the process of appointing a new board, then there's just no board. And so that's what happened. And so when we came in, we didn't have a handover because there wasn't a board to hand over to us. Our term, so one of the things we did during our term is we amended the NYDA Act to allow for an interim board, because if you look at this term specifically, the end of our term coincided with elections. And so everything shut down, right? So Parliament is not going to do their process because people are campaigning. And so we amended the act to allow the president to appoint an interim board. So our term ended in November last year, and he then appointed us as the interim board until a new board is appointed. He announced the new board last week, and they take over on Friday. And so because our term ended technically in November, we have been prepping our handover since June last year. Part of why I will run away after this is because I have to get back to Johannesburg, because for the rest of this week, I've been joking about it, but that uncle really gave us a week notice. He said, you guys are out of office next week. And so we're doing a lot this week to finalize a lot of the processes that we've had in place, because again, we didn't know when the new board was going to be appointed. And so there's a lot of work that we have started that we now need to finish before they get in and then finalize our handover. So during this week, we'll be wrapping up our responsibilities. Our final board meeting is on Thursday, and then we hand over officially on Friday. We are going to induct the new board. So our induction was done by the department because there wasn't a board, but we are running the next board's induction. So we will induct them, and we've also offered to stay with them for the first 3 months of their term, because we've also just appointed a new CEO. And so there's a lot of transitions happening at the agency. And so what we're doing is trying to be of as much help as possible so that the transition goes off smoothly. And I will say I'm very confident that it's going to be just fine. I think the new board, they were appointed for a reason, and also, you know, let's see what they're going to do with what we give them. So yes, that's our handover process. I hope that answers the question. Then there was the question on the back around the work that I've done. I think the only thing I'll say is my entrance into the NYDA came from my work in civil society. So this work about making policy accessible and all of that is work that I've done for the last 12 years now. So I run an organization. We started in 2012. And so it's very much a kind of groundwork that has fed into national work, not the other way around. I want to also then talk about the entrepreneurship challenges through the NYDA. So the NYDA has a grant program for small businesses. It's outside of the NYS, the grant program is the NYDA's biggest budget spend. We fund at minimum 2,000 businesses every year, but part of what that grant program looks like is based on the understanding that you can't just give a young person 100,000 Rand because they've asked for it and then say, okay, good luck with your life, right? The way the grant program works is you you do your application and you tell us which step in the business process you're in. How long have you been operating? What's your turnover, etc. What we then do is, if you are further along and you're kind of well established, then you'd qualify for immediate funding. In the absence of that, we then take you through our business training modules. They can run from a month to up to 6 months, depending on the stage you're at of your entrepreneurship journey. But what we've also done is we've put in place through this board a structure for post-grant support. So traditionally at the agency, you would get a grant, and up until that point, there's a lot of support. But afterwards, so things like access to supply chain, right? There wasn't a lot of that. And so what we found is that tracking beneficiaries became hard because the process ended at the point where they get their funding. We've now institutionalized a year-long kind of staying on board process, so we can track about a year after you've gotten your funding where your business actually goes. What we also do is, depending on what business you're in, we take in a lot of our beneficiaries as service providers to the agency itself. And so in a lot of provinces, when we do a lot of our work outside or in different provinces, a lot of our service providers are already NYDA beneficiaries, so that at the very least, we create our own kind of internal ecosystem. So I guess that's kind of the response. Is there was an existing program that we then just kind of improved so that it's more responsive to what young entrepreneurs face today. Okay. There was a comment about or a question about the way opportunities are allocated through sayouth.mobi. And that conversation about this is what I'm qualified for versus this is the opportunities that are being offered to me is a question that I know at the SAYouth team they've grappled with, because the aim of the way opportunities are set out at sayouth.mobi is geographic. So you get the opportunities that are presented to you when you create your profile are the geographic opportunities available to you. Because the idea is when young people get placed into sort of short-term work opportunities, because they don't want to call them jobs, we call them work opportunities, is often if you get a job that's in Johannesburg and you live here, no one's going to pay for your relocation. You're going to be spending a lot of your money on those expenses rather than being able to, keep as much of it as possible. And so the idea behind SAYouth was, can we create a system that geographically selects opportunities for you so that you minimize how much young people have to travel? But also the idea was, you've got the big economic hubs in the country, right? Everyone's trying to live in Joburg, everyone's trying to go to Cape Town. And that's detrimental to the economies of all of the other provinces. And so the idea was, if we can mine out opportunities that are province specific, then we're also able to grow those economies, and you don't have people feeling the need to have to leave their homes in order to get economic opportunities. So I think the stuff around SAU.mobi is kind of about balance, right? We had to respond to the question about young people having to constantly be on the move to find opportunities and the cost of all of that. And so that was the response. And then in terms of the mismatch, I think that's also a fault of part of it is because there aren't that many opportunities, right? 4 million young people, 1 million opportunities. There just isn't that enough opportunities to grow around. In the MTDP and in the State of the Nation, the president spoke about creating something called the SA Youth Trust. It's been announced, but there's no, as far as I know, there hasn't been any other movement on it just yet. But the idea is kind of how we had the Solidarity Fund during COVID, is you would have a fund that is specifically around institutionalizing flagship youth programs. SAU.mobi is one of them, the National Youth Service is another. And so the plan is for government to be able to institutionalize those programs and put in more resources, and the idea is that it will increase the amount of opportunities available so we can get a better match. I hope that answers that question. Okay. Whew. The last thing I will say is around young people taking up space and how do we actually get ourselves involved, right? The one is, it's a tricky conversation because of how much uncertainty there is right now. But we do have a national dialogue that's coming up, right? And I know there's a lot of conversations about the efficacy or the relevance, why do we even need this? People are saying we're all dialogued out. What is the point of all of this? The point of all of this is that our last election results have shown us very clear lessons, or taught us clear lessons about the state of our democracy. And we have an opportunity to have a conversation with each other, because we don't talk to each other as a nation, right? Unless we're fighting each other on Twitter. Is to have a conversation about what is the South Africa that we want to live in. The methodology that they've set out for the dialogue as it stands, and if you have further questions, I'm going to direct it to Lucanio, because the foundations are a very key part of this process. But the idea is that it is a very community-focused methodology that they want to use. They want to go out into communities and have people who don't generally get access to these kinds of conversations to go there and talk. So I think in the immediate, getting involved in that process is a really, really positive way for us to contribute. The second thing is, I think, to find people and organizations that actually work and following them around, right? So I'll give you an example at the National Planning Commission. We have one commissioner that is youth, right? It's me. Outside of that, so the age gap between myself and the next colleague, that's the next youngest colleague, is 9 years, right? So what it means is that in order for there to be more young voices in the commission, I have to be the one to do it. What I've done so far is gone to each commissioner and said, in your area of expertise, what are your priority areas? And then found young people that work in that space and put them in with those commissioners. And so now what we do is, before any work gets done by the commission, it runs through those young people and myself to make sure that young people are mainstreamed in the work that the commission does, right? We're taking commissioners through mainstreaming training, because you would be so surprised, actually no, you won't be surprised at all, to find that people don't think about young people when they're planning. In the same ways they don't think about women, they don't think about people with disabilities, right? It's not, unless you've got someone in the room going, hi, I'm someone who is disabled, this is how you should include me in your event. People don't think about those things. So we've had to do a lot of that kind of work, right? But that's kind of how you move the needle forward, is if you're a young person that has a platform, your job is to bring other young people into that platform, right? So that when you leave, those people are still there. There's a reason, there's been lots of conversations about second term at the NYDA. Only 2 people on the board applied for a second term. The rest of us had said there's absolutely no reason, because as good as we are at our jobs, and personally, I'm very good, I'm not the only person who's good at this work, right? There are millions of young South Africans who are equally as capable, if not far more capable, that can run the NYDA. We don't need second terms, right? And so part of that also as young people is to also know when to leave, right? And know when to make space for others. And being intentional about it. So I know I said I wasn't going to talk about gender, but it's a good example of how intentional leadership creates the kinds of spaces that we need. The NYDA board is made up of 7 people. For the first time ever in the history of the agency, 5 of those people are women. So we have almost an entirely women-led board. Our chair and our deputy chair are both women. When we came into the agency, we looked at the vacancy rate and we looked at the gender split from our employees. In our term, our current senior executive team, that entire team that is about 40 people, so the senior executive team and the kind of mid-level executive team, there's only 1 man on that team. And now to all the men in the room, hare. But what we did when we came in is we said, you need to have an agency that reflects this country. When you look at the statistics at NYDA programs, by and large, across every single program that we have, our larger cohort of participants are women. And so it made sense to us that the leadership of the organization must reflect what our participants look like, right? And so we've managed to be a very gender-responsive organization just by being intentional about who we hire and what positions they occupy. So our CEO is a man, but the rest of our senior team are led by women, right? And I think that's kind of how we help each other along, is to say, if I am in a certain position and I have access to resources or access to platforms, my job is to find other people that are like me and bring them along. And if you don't have access to those positions, your job is to find someone who does and say, this is what I have to contribute, and, you know, can we work together? Because honestly, waiting for the old people to let go of their attachment anxiety, it's not going to happen, right? And you're right, we can't sit and break doors down. Like that's not what this is all supposed to be about. So I think just the last thing to say is collaboration. I think both at the NYDA and in the work that we've done at the commission, collaboration has been the thing that has helped our work be as impactful as it has been. None of it happens without partners. None of it happens without young people who put their hands up to do the work. I think the fact that you guys are all sitting in this room today, freezing with us together, is because there is an appetite for service, right? And we're in an interesting time in our democracy now where so much is uncertain, but it's such a good opportunity to craft a South Africa that we want. And if we want to have one that is responsive to young people and led by young people, this is a really good start. But then let's see what continuity looks like, right? And I think it's also about then holding institutions accountable. So today you're here, tomorrow you're going to be here. What happens after this conference with all of you, right? What is the plan for, if you do this every year and nothing else comes out of it, you've wasted everyone's time, right? What is the university's plan? And I say this as someone who is also a former SRC member, is that traditionally universities are very antagonistic towards students, and they don't think about what is helpful to mold students outside of the university space. This is a really good opportunity to do that, and so I hope the leaders that organize this conference will work with students to figure out what does real continuity look like, so that when you do this next year, you have a conference that is student-led, that also has impact for student life on campus. Thanks so much.
You really cannot compete with Twitter people. They will not finish. Thank you so much. Ngicela siphinde simzame ngezandla. Siyabonga kakhulu. Yes, we are off the hot seat. Thank you so much, colleagues. I hope, Dr. Sebake, we have what you call writers who are taking notes of all this rich conversation that is taking place here. I apologize about time. You know, when you're dealing with Twitter people, that's what happens. My time is now up, or rather should I say I'm being placed on special leave. the common term these days. Dr. Sebake, please come and close for us. Thank you so much, colleagues, for being a good audience.
You know, I'm whispering to Xolani that, you know, to be the last to speak is not easy. Because as I've been meandering down there, I'm twisting my tongue around what is the words that have never been said in this conference, so that I use it to close the conference. Maybe let's start where we started before in the morning. And now bring a context to whether did we travel to invoke topical issues that will enrich young people and build that social consciousness. I'm saying this because I have listened to all the speakers who came here, and I must say, let's clap hands for them, because I have got, and what I like is that they dropped theorizing things. They gave you information raw as it is. Whether there are those who did not like it, but that's the reality we live in. Because, you know, sometimes we use theory to hide behind the real truth. Whereas theory must be utilized as a lens of interpretation, of projecting what the future may look like. Prince, you came here and, you know, actually I've been very close to Prince from 2012. Twala, I'm not sure whether you were still at UWC or you were already at CPUT, but I call him young man. That young man who's sitting, that young old man who's sitting there before you. I didn't know him in 2012, but I gave myself a serious task of organizing a public lecture. And the first time I saw him, it was during, I think, 2009 election, the first time on TV. And, you know, he was a rabble-rouser on TV. And he didn't mince his words. He said it as it is, whether who like it or not. And I said, but look, we've been hearing the likes of Friedman, Somadoda Figeni, and of course they bring a rich intellectual breed in the space. But that's where you realize a distinct in terms of interpretation that here at home, Prince, we go straight to the point and say it as it is. Let me thank you for really what you've shared. And what I like is that there's a large extent to which we believe that white people are wrong. I'm not saying they are right. But I followed the stages in which our how we conceptualize this conference meant that we understand how they did it and how best they did it for themselves. Maybe you did not arrive at contextualizing what he was saying. He was not saying he believed in them or anything, but let's look at how they did it for themselves and what is wrong with us. And in doing that, I think it's very important that as we build this literature about young people must take over, let's think about how do we take over? What I did not get out of the deliberation, particularly from the audience, is somebody who stand up and say, we think from tomorrow, let's not get out on this gate, but let's explore this one. And these are the reasons. Because that is how to be innovative, to change ways in order to build your own structure that will infiltrate the political economy. Because failure to do that, we will come here, speak Marxist, class contradictions and all those things. But at the end, we will remain at the bottom of the chain of political economy. Because at the center, why we're saying youth must take over is because we believe in intergeneration in order to offer this continent uninterrupted service that transforms the sociological nature. But if we take over without that understanding, we're creating a problem, the train will crash, and we'll ask ourselves, how did these white people, the Asians, in that order, how did they do it better? Why are we failing? But all what I'm saying, there's nothing wrong for youth to take over, but let's prepare ourselves accurately. I think it's important on how we look at what entrepreneurship could actually bring. And I think it's important to say it will not solve totally all our problems in as far as employment is concerned. But what it could do, when Marion Robert was formed, they never thought they would be providing jobs for our uncles, our brothers, our sisters, our aunts, at that large volume. But it is a system they've built in order to mobilize political economy around Marion Robert. Why don't we have a student here who think that I am going to have Matome or Sibusiso Enterprise or PTY Ltd. I want to learn how this Marion Robert did it and how I can do it on my own. It is the small ideas that actually help to build that ecosystem for your own idea to thrive, to at the end of the day, remain on the shelf. There was this notion that COVID-19 was actually politicized. Yes, it's correct. When there was this thing of looking for a vaccine or something that can stop COVID-19, Rwanda tried in our own Afrocentric approach. What happened? They were told, no, drop these ingredients of yours, they don't meet the international health standards. But the question is, it depends on youth taking over, understanding the question of how hegemony can actually drive our own narrative and how it can hold progress that we've built. So I think it's very important to really think about this thing, but at the same time think about what do we do. I'm happy, Pearl, the young people here have raised. It was deliberate that when this conference was conceptualized, we said we can't approach young people without NYDA. One of the board members must be found to come here. And thanks for you to agree to come. Whether the term of office is over on the 1st or not, but you've got something to report about what young people are saying in Free State, which can enrich the next board to continue with this trajectory of advocating for young people at the level of policy, unleashing those opportunities, and advocate for that inclusion that is required in order for them to navigate to the political economy. And I'm happy as well because you have reflected the connectivity between the youth policy, NDP, as well as the Agenda 2063, because the three policies, in fact, the two policies in South Africa are an add-on in terms of how South Africa want to contribute to the Africa that we want to see in 2063. But the question is, then that intergeneration to gravitate us to ensure that we've got safe community. The political economy is distributed to the majority that have been excluded through various systems of governance that we have experienced. And therefore, I think this conference, it remains an anatomy of gravitating to a developmental state, because it is young people that are really foreground in the discussion in order to move forward. I chose to close like this because normally when a person closes a conference, or not a conference, there was a wrong message that was disseminated before lunch, that then we struggle to get audience back. Just to wrap up day one, we are more concerned about the content and how is it going to help our young people. And of course, Pearl, the message is delivered, Pearl, that if you do something once, twice without any change, it's a waste of time. I can promise you I'll give you a call sometimes next year before this conference, that there is something that is brewing. And I will work it with the students that are here of CUT. I believe in them, and I know they are thirsty for a change, and we'll work together. Let me thank everybody who came here. Edie, you spent the whole day with us. Thank you very much. I know your office is quite busy, but you said I will sit with the office in the conference. Thank you very much. Colleagues from Student Affairs, our speakers, you are friends of CUT from today. Please, in future when we knock, be available as usual. Tomorrow we're going to start at 9 o'clock. But perhaps we'll have to discuss whether we should suspend lunch as we suspended a bit, tea break at some point. Thanks, Dr. Mzileni. Let's suspend lunch and do everything so that when we move out, we eat, the food, thinking about digesting exactly what we've got in the conference. So let us go and tell our roommates, our classmates that are not too swamped with academic project, that academic project is here. Because in a way, this is part of the academic enterprise we are proud to say we offer at CUT. And without further ado, colleagues, thanks very much. We really had a smooth day. It was worrisome as to whether we'll start very well, but I think we started. I also believe that, no matter whether you are 30, 40 in a hall of 20,000 people, what matters is a quality conversation. And I can tell you that this last session, it is as if it was the same as the previous session we were in, regardless of the number. So I could simply say, clap hands for yourselves, because you are an epitome of quality where you are sitting. Student leaders from Solplagi, University of Free State, they were here. CUT, few, they are still here, and the students of CUT, and all ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for really spending this wonderful day until we meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.